Okay, so we are discussing the portfolio management, program management, foundation examination question. And to be very specific, this particular chapter 1 regarding introductory questions. So let's start. So first, which function or service should be provided in the COE? Now, as you know, COE is something related to your training and all that. So prioritization of the portfolio, that particular things we are doing in strategy support function, and at a portfolio level we are doing in a portfolio office or your organization portfolio office. Managing knowledge, so this is something related to your COE task. Delivery program and communication, that is the program office thing. Monitor program risk, that's again your program office. So I believe in this managing knowledge, that should be the COE function. Let's explore what's the answer. Yes, so that is the correct answer, and reason, COE is typically provide knowledge management, so that's the correct answer. Now let's move to the next question. Which statement describes the relationship between business as usual and the change? So business as usual should always take priority. Again, it's a balancing act, so you can't say that it should always take a priority. So I believe it's a false statement. They are separate activities that can survive independently. Again, that's not the correct answer, because if you know that your business as usual and your change initiative, whatever the profit you are getting, you are investing in your change initiative, and then profits are transferred back to your business as usual. So this is cycle, so you can't ignore one of them, and they are not working independently, they are interdependent. Decision affecting their either must, both elements of an organization, and change initiative should always take the priority. Now, out of all this, I think third, decision affecting either must consider both element of the organization. From this, that should be the correct answer. From me, let's, yes, that's the correct answer. The reason, that business as usual and the change may be regarded as a separate activities but cannot survive without each other. Therefore, a decision relating to either needs to be made collaboratively as the correct answer. Okay. Now move to the third question. Which statement regarding the process of developing a balanced portfolio is a false? Right? Try to understand. False, it's a negative kind of question. So sometimes you know the correct answer, but because you don't have that curiosity on that, and sometimes you are in your not present at that moment, and because of that you ended up with answering the wrong answer. So here try to understand, it's a red herring. Now based on this, what would be the correct answer? Let's understand one by one. So you can pose and answer the correct into the comment section. Let's understand. First option one says that when resources are limited, existing program projects should be priority over the new initiative. Okay, so that is not the correct way, because we have to balance. It's necessary to take account both operation and strategic priorities. Yes, that should be the way. Terminate the existing change initiative not aligned to your organization strategic objective may be necessary. Yes, that should be. An operational improvement may be stopped while project offering greater strategic contribute are delivered. Now, out of all this, which one is a false? So I believe all of these three is the correct, and that's why this one is not correct, because you can't invest based on your strategic alignment. You can invest into the projects, right? But here what they are saying, when resources are limited, existing program, irrespective of their contribution, you give them a priority, and that is the wrong approach, because we have to give the priority based on the strategic alignment. So here they wanted to answer the false, so that should be the correct answer. Now let's understand. Yes, that is the correct answer. And the reason, existing program and projects are not aligned to the strategy may be realigned or terminate or put on hold while higher priorities initiative which support strategies are delivered. Okay. Next, what types of office does P3O consist of? Permanent temporary office, permanent transition office, perpetual and temporary, and perpetual and transition. Now just take a pause, write the correct answer. So here, transition, perpetual, perpetual and transition, these all are not the standard vocabulary or terminology used by the P3O. P3O use the terminology permanent and temporary. That's the correct answer. Okay. The fifth question states that which stakeholder group is the most likely to receive a portfolio level reports. Now understand, external suppliers and stakeholders should receive these details, the portfolio level. So there are three levels: portfolio level, program level, and the projects level. So business as usual and program board may receive the program level details. Project manager, delivery support receive a project level details. Senior management and strategic supplier may receive the highest level of details. So I believe this is the correct answer. External suppliers and the stakeholder, you can't share the confidential details. So obviously that should not be the correct answer. So let's understand which one is. Yes, P3O consists of permanent office and temporary office, are mixed of both, and they should received by the strategic planning office. So thank you very much. That's the correct answer. Okay, now let's solve more question from P3O foundation examination, that's specifically for chapter 1. Let's move to the question 1 or question 6, that is which are the objectives of COE. When I name COE, Center of Excellence, they are most related to the trainings, advisory and all that stuff. Now let's read all options carefully. The option 1 says that support definition of the portfolio change across the organization. Okay, let's read this. Provide a training and skills transfer to PPM maturity in defined standards. Okay, option C, support the delivery of a specific change initiative being delivered by the program. Now and the last option says support the delivery of portfolio change and geographical region. Now when there is a definition of the portfolio change across the organization, that is related to your portfolio office. Now there is a delivery of specific change initiative across the specific program, that is a task of your program office. And delivery of portfolio change across the geography, it's your task of your hub portfolio office, right? So in this one is the correct answer. Let's see what is the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer, because the COE defines standards and provide skills and training for that. Okay. Next question, which is not included within the definition of the portfolio management. Now here try to recall, not is something which they wanted to check how cautious you are to answer that. Sometimes you know the answer, but because you are misreading the question because of the psychological pressure, sometimes you ended up answering the wrong answer. Option 1 said achieving outcomes, option 2 says planning a project, option C monitoring a project and motivating a team. Now all these are something what we do in the project management, right? So that's the correct answer. Achieving outcomes, sometimes people are saying that yes, that's also we are doing, but now achieving outcomes is something which you are doing as your program task. So your program level we are managing the outcomes, but at project level we are concerned at achieving the output only. So all that we are doing at project level and in a project management, but outcomes or benefits, it's related to your program or a portfolio level things. So that's why it's not the correct answer. So this option A seems to be correct. So a program management is the coordinated organization of dossier and project transformative activity to achieve the outcome. So that is your program stuff. Now what does PPM stand for? Now this is again a standard definition. PPM, it's program, project, program and portfolio matrix. So let's understand project, program and portfolio matrix, portfolio, program and project maturity, people, process and product management including value and risk, portfolio, program and project management including value and risk. So that seems to be the correct answer. As you know that from the program management point of view, portfolio PPM stand for P. First P stand for portfolio, second P stand for program, and the project management including value and the risk. So that should be the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. PPM stand for portfolio, program, and project management including value and the risk. Move to the ninth question. What should balance a value of P3O which give an organization against constraint? What should balance the value of the P3O? So let's explore the answer. Blueprint, okay, phase implemented plan, business case or stakeholder analysis. Now take a pause and understand that what should balance the value of the P3O. So whenever there is something which is related to the value or something which is related to the benefit, it's all related to the business case. So whenever you have a value or benefit kind of keywords in the question, try to figure out is there related to business case. That should be the correct answer. This is the easiest way to focus on the correct answer. Okay, so these are the keywords. If you remember these keywords, that easily find out the correct answer. So that should be the correct answer. Let's explore. Yes, that is the correct answer. Why? Because when evaluating the benefit of the business case, consideration should be given to the constraint, which may be constraint of the P3O capability being achieved or not. So that is the correct answer. Question number 10 says, why should rules related to escalation of the risk be agreed in the P3O model with multiple offices? So why we need to escalate? That is the question that wanted to understand from the P3O model. So that allow every decision to be made at the organization portfolio level. I believe that is not the correct justification, because every decision should not be made at the portfolio level, because in that case it's managed by exception, managed by stages. So board needs to have not, their bandwidth should not be choked with each and every small trivial task, and that's why they delegate the power at each and every level. So that should not be the correct answer. Enable the decision to be made with the right people based on the right information. Okay, that may be the correct answer. Let's understand more options. Allow every program manager to display the risk information in a different way. That is not relevant. And enable multiple source of single piece of risk data. So that is not the correct rationale behind this, that why we should escalate to the risk to the agreed P3O model. So option B, that enable the risk to match the right people, that might be the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. In the justification, where P3O comprises multiple office, rules regarding the escalation of risk should be established to ensure the right decision is taken by the right people or a group based on the right supporting information. That is the rational justification. So that is the question and answer session. Okay, thank you. Okay friends, let's understand some more question from the chapter 1 of the P3O course. So let's begin. So which describe an objective of the portfolio management? Now let's read all the options. Option 1 says enable the most effective balance of organization change and the business as well. Okay, that is the objective of the P3O. But let's read more options. Collect in one place all the information about the organization investment initiative. That is not an objective. That is one of the activity what we are doing to achieve the objective. Coordinate the implementation of the set of related projects and activities. Yes, that also we do, but that's again not an objective. And achieve the outcomes and realize the benefits that are strategically importance to the business. Again, achieving the outcomes and realizing the benefits are of strategic importance to the business. So option 1 and option D is seems to be the correct answer, but in this particular question we have to select the most correct answer. So A and D both are correct, but most correct is A, that enable the most effective balance of the organization change and the business as well. This outcomes and benefits we can do through your portfolio as well, at program level as well. So here I believe A would be the most answer. Yes, that is the most correct answer, because the portfolio management is a coordinated collection of strategic processes and decisions that together enables the most effective balance of your organization and the change and business as well. So that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next question, which state which is a definition of the business as usual. Your option A says the integration of the concept of run the business, change the business into the portfolio. Okay, that seems to be. Second, a coordinated collection of strategic process that enables the most effective balance of the change and the business as well. Definition, okay, and the totality of an organization investment in a change required to achieve strategic objective, the way business normally achieve its objective. So after all this reading option, take a pause and write what you think the correct answer. So definition of your business as usual is to achieve the way the business normally achieve its objective. Above thing, run the business, change the business, it is not a definition of BAU, it is a definition of your portfolio. And this totality of organization investment change, that is again definition of your portfolio office related. This is your P3O kind of thing, a coordinate collection to achieve the balance. It's your portfolio and P3O office. But BAU, business as usual or operational, it's the way normally business achieves. Now let's see the correct answer. Again, that's the correct answer. Business as usual defined as the way business normally achieve its objective. So that's the correct answer. Now question 13 says, which is the permanent office structure of the P3O? Define the portfolio, program and project within the geographical region. Now here the keyword is geographical region and the permanent office. So as you know that permanent office, there are three. One is your portfolio office is the permanent structure, then hub portfolio office is again a permanent structure, and the COE is your permanent structure. Now out of this hub portfolio office, that we can do when there is a geographical uh, constraint or geographical, like Asia Pacific office. So I believe hub portfolio office is the correct answer. Let's see the answer. Yes, that is the correct answer, because hub portfolio office is a permanent office structure to support the definition and delivery of portfolio, program and projects within the department, division or geographical region or a business unit. So as per the definition also, that's the correct answer. 14 question says, to deliver an organization strategy, what should be the best step to execute it by the P3O? Now this type of question, that you have to give some importance to implicit concept, like to deliver an organization strategy, what should be the best step to execute? So first, provide some quality information to enable senior management and decision on which project to start. That is, I believe, the correct way to deliver strategy. Second, act as a risk owner of the project risk to ensure the common standards are applied. Now risk owner of the project, that is your project office, not a P3O office job, because it's specific to that particular project. Okay, helps operational managers to determine business as, again that is your operation level stuff, not a P3O stuff, so you can discard that. Decide the appropriate priority of each program and project. Decide appropriate priority for each program and project, again that's the correct answer. So I believe option A, provide quality information to enable senior management decision on which project to start and decides the appropriate priority of each program and project, that's again seems to be correct. Out of these two correct, which one is the most correct? Now as you know that P3O not decide, it's a decision enabling support structure. Okay, they are decision enabler. P3O not take a decision. They help the right people or a CXO level people to take the right decision by providing supporting structure or information from the organization. So I believe A is the most correct answer. Let's see the answer. Yes, that's the correct. And what's the justification? By providing quality information to enable senior management decision on which project to start, P3O models significantly contribute to successful delivery of organizational strategy. That's the correct answer. Now, which of the following describe the relationship between the change and the business as usual? Now, here this type of question, as you see from the option directly, that you have to eliminate. 3 is the correct answer. 1 is something which is odd out of the game, so that you have to find out which one is the odd. So option 1 says the program deliver change into organization business operation environment. Okay. Second, business stakeholder must be engaged appropriately about the change being delivered. Okay. Program delivery should take priority over a business as usual activities. Okay, that seems to be difficult because you can't give a program delivery a priority or a business as usual. It is a balance act. And again, if you need to give a priority, then you have to decide that which one is strategically more aligned to your organization objective. So this is not a right statement. Point 4 said disrupt to a business as usual needs to be considered when planning a change. Disruption to business as usual needs to be considered when planning a change. Again, that is related to your balancing act. You can't take a kind of decision where you not consider which disruption or impact of your projects are happening to your business as well. So they ask you to consider both the things. So I believe third is not the correct answer. So which is not having 3, like 1 2 3, it's not the correct answer. 1 2 4, okay, that seems to be correct because it's avoiding 3. Here it's a 3, it's there, it's not a correct. 3 is not there. So I believe B is the correct answer. Okay, that is the correct answer because a coordinated collection of strategic process and decision that together enables the most effective balance of organization change and the business as usual. Again, that is related to the business, so that's why it's not the right and the justification is provided here. So that's the correct answer. Okay, thank you. Okay friends, now again let's move to our journey on P3O question and answer, and we are specifically discussing chapter 1 introduction question of the P3O. Let's move to the next question. What is the program office? Now program office is a permanent office or a temporary office. You can easily figure it out. Program office is a temporary office because it's going to be closed once you achieve the objective. So you can straight away discard these two options, which says permanent office, permanent office. Okay. Now in this two option, which is a temporary office and temporary office, that might be the correct answer. So you have to identify temporary office to set up the delivery of a specific change initiative being delivered as a program. Okay, that might be the correct answer. Temporary office to set up delivery of specific change initiative delivered as a project. Now it's a project office. Okay, so that is not the correct answer, and this is your program office. Okay, so that is the correct answer. Your permanent office, I just wanted to give you some more highlight. Permanent office setup for the delivery of the portfolio office change across an entire organization, that is your portfolio office. Okay, and permanent office to deliver standards, that is your center of excellence. So with that understanding, I think see answer. Let's see. Yes, that is the correct answer. Okay, this statement define the program office. So that answer. Move to the next question. Which of the following offices can P3O model consist of? Now it consists of permanent, temporary, and sometimes both permanent and temporary. Neither of the permanent, it's a false statement. So we have to choose which one is not. 1 2 3 is the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer. P3O is decision enabling and support business model. This will include single, multiple, physical or virtual office, permanent and temporary, providing a mixed central and localized function as well. So that is the correct answer. What does Hub Portfolio Office support in the organization? Hub is specifically to that business unit or a geographical location. Okay, so definition and delivery of program within the division. So division, it's related to your Hub Portfolio Office, and it supports definition and deliver both cycle. Okay, so that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next, definition and delivery of portfolio change across the organization. That is your organization portfolio office, not Hub Portfolio Office. Delivery a specific change initiative being delivered as a program, again that is your program office. And consistent definition, standard and organization, that is your COE, Central of Excellence. So I believe A is the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Hub Portfolio Office, permanent office setup to support definition and delivery of a portfolio program and projects within a department, division or geographical region or a business unit. So that's the correct answer. Let's move to the next question. What resources commitment should be taken into consideration for the portfolio management? Program only, program and project only, program and business as usual only, program, project and business as usual 3. So that is the correct answer. So let's see. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Portfolio management is a coordinated collection of strategic processes and decisions that together enable most effective balance of organization change and the business as usual. That's the definition of the portfolio, and that's where it's include all 3: program, project and the business as usual, 1, 2 and 3. So that is a correct answer. Now next question, which P3O models feature a single permanent office providing strategic planning and portfolio support? Now permanent office, so there are 3 permanent office: your portfolio office, Hub Portfolio Office and COE. Out of this, they are asking a single permanent office provide strategic planning. So strategic planning can be provided by P3O model with Hub Portfolio Office. Temporary offices are not providing strategic planning because that is your program and project office. Organization portfolio office, yes, that might be the correct answer. Virtual offices, that again seems to, but they're asking a single permanent office. Now P3O model with Hub and portfolio, it's not a single, it's a multiple. Again virtual offices, again a multiple. So I believe C is the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer, because organization portfolio office is a permanent office setup for definition and delivery of the portfolio or a change across the entire organization. So that is the correct answer. So thank you very much. Okay friends, let's move to our journey of question and answer session for chapter 1 of the P3O Foundation examination. Now question 21 says, what is defined as a temporary flexible organization created to coordinate implementation of set of related projects and activities? Now set of related project means interlinked projects that is related to the program. Okay, so option A, program, seems to be the correct answer. Business as usual, project and portfolio is not the correct answer. So A is the correct answer. Yeah, it is. And as for the standard definition of program, it's a temporary flexible organization structure created to coordinate, direct and oversee the implementation of set of related projects. Set of related projects is the key word, means interlinkage projects and activities in order to achieve the outcomes and the benefits. That's again the keywords that you need to recall for a program definition. Okay, so the next question. Question number 22. Which of the following describe as the governance responsibility of the P3O model? Let's explore. Point 1. Provides governance and control backbone for organization change initiative. Okay. Option 2. Provide a single source of all data related to the organization change initiative. Okay. Implement a rules for decision makers related to program and projects. Okay. Makes a decision on behalf of main board. Now as I told you, makes a decision. So P3O, remember that one thing, it's an enabler. It's a decision enabler support system. They are not taking the decision, they are enabling the right people to take the decision. So I think avoid point number 4, and with that 1 2 3 is the correct answer. Let's explore. That is the correct. So P3O is a decision enabling support structure. They are not taking decision, but it helps the decision maker to take the right decision. So that's the justification. Okay, move to the next question. Which of the following are the key stakeholder in temporary project office? Now this is something what you need to read the question carefully. They specifically ask a temporary project office. Now with that understanding, organization portfolio office is not a temporary, it's a permanent. So which are the three is a permanent? First is your organization portfolio office, second is your hub portfolio office, and third is your COE is the permanent, and remaining are not permanent. So in that case, I believe the business as usual, it's again a day-to-day activity, so it's not a temporary thing. Suppliers to the project, again, which of the following are the key stakeholder? That are again your project staff. Project board members are there. Business as usual staff are not supposed to be there. Business as usual staff. So which of the following key stakeholder in the temporary project office? I believe 1 3 and 4 is the correct answer. Let's check whether we are. Yeah, that is the correct answer. 1 3 4. So business as usual staff is a part of portfolio team. They should not provide project and program offices because it's a temporary offices. Okay, let's move to the next question. Which of the following describe how an organization portfolio office helps deliver change? Okay, let's understand. Point 1, allow the right resources to be allocated to the right program and projects. Yes, that might be. Option 2 says focus on identifying change that align best strategic objective. Okay. Third says monitor progress program project against key organization objective. Okay, that might also be. Is a primary concern with implementing change correctly. Now try to understand organization portfolio office is the highest authority. So first your organization portfolio office, then your hub portfolio office or COE, and then your program, and then your project offices are there. Now here implementing concern is primary concern with implementing the changes correctly. That is your project or program office job. So I believe that should not be the job of portfolio office, so that avoided. So 1 2 3 is the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Why? The program and project office is primary concern with implementing of the change correctly, not a portfolio office. Okay. 25, which office define the standards of the portfolio program and project? So standards is related to the COE. So your regulation standards, then trainings, all whenever there is concern, it's a COE. That's the correct answer. And her portfolio are not related to standards. So let's see. Yes, that's the correct answer. So COE is the portfolio program and project management standard unit, which defines standard, process, templates, tools, skills, and training, manage knowledge, and may provide independent assurance. The COE may be the part of your portfolio office or exist as a separate independent unit. So that is the correct answer. Okay, thank you. Okay friends, welcome back. Now let's focus on the foundation level question, and we are specifically dealing with the chapter 1, that is introduction question. Let's move to the next question, that is question number 26, and the question says what is the definition of the portfolio? Now available option I read for you. Option A says the way the business model achieves its objective. Option B says implementation of related
projects to deliver benefits related to the organization strategic objective. Option C, the totality of organization investment in the change required to achieve its strategic objective. And option D, collection of the strategic process that enable the balance of organization change and business as well. Now this type of question is a very direct question, as you see here, that they directly ask which is the definition. So if you recall the definition of the portfolio, that would be very easy for you to recall the answer. So definition of portfolio is a totality of organization investment. So I believe out of this C is the most correct answer. Let's understand what is the correct. Yeah, that is the correct, because the definition portfolio means the totality of organization investment or segment, therefore to the change required to achieve the strategic objective. Now move to the question number 27, that says which is not an objective of a program. Now you can read all the question and give the right answer. Take a pause and rethink on that. Now if you read this particular question, the standard this is not kind of, that is a red flag. So sometimes you know the right answer, but you are not mentally focused or you are not conscious to read this, so you ended up selecting the wrong answer. So be cautiously read which is the not objective of the program. So read option one by one. Option A, deliver the program's product according to a business case, deliver outcomes and benefits, align outcomes to strategic objective, coordinate related to the project's initiative. Now if you read the question, they ask which is not an objective of program, and this particular things are dealing with the projects stuff. So option A to C are the right for a program, but option D is not related to the program. So I believe D is the right answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. Coordinate related to project activity, it's a project level activity, not a program level activity. Let's move to the next question. Question number 28. What should be the role of the portfolio office in relation to the program selection? So read the available option. Option A provides support to a program, implement a program correctly, ensure investment is made in the right programs, define the standards to follow the program. Now this is the type of question where you get one or more right answer, but you have to select the most right. So portfolio office in relation to the program selection. So all these mentioned tasks are done by the portfolio office. Subject to this specification is done by COE, but if again a portfolio office is integrated of COE, then it should be done. But they ask in relation to the program selection. So I believe out of this, ensure the investment is made in the right program would be the correct answer, that define the role of portfolio office in relation to the program selection. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, that is the right answer. The ensure the investment is met in the right program is the responsibility of the portfolio office in relation to the programs. Now question number 29. What models has permanent decentralized office with a temporary program office as required by the organization? This particular question is where you have to understand. They ask permanent office, this is a permanent office, with a decentralized offices, temporary program and project as required by the. So this is your permanent, and there is temporary offices, sometimes program or a project offices. This is like this kind of structure. So this, with this kind of structure, what would be the ideal P3O with the temporary offices? Again, this is as per the question they ask, temporary offices. Okay, P3O with organization portfolio office, virtual P3O offices, P3O with hub and hub portfolio offices. So yes, permanent decentralized offices. So they ask all this. This is again a permanent office, and this, suppose this is the, that again a permanent. So this is a P3O hub portfolio offices. That would be the right answer. Yeah, that is the right answer. P3O with hub portfolio office has permanent decentralized offices with the temporary program project offices, that we call hub and spoke model as well sometimes. So that is the right answer. Question number 30 says which P3O capabilities is the most likely to lead to unviable projects being stopped at initial investment gate? Now this is the capabilities where we assess all the projects and which projects is exactly aligned with organization strategies, that only we fund. So from this, which capabilities are stopping or killing it, kind of thing. So let's understand the available option. So option A says track the program and projects activities at key outcomes, selection of the right programs and project via established structure, coordinate change control processes across multiple programs and business operation, identification of potential duplicate scope, double counting benefits. Now take a pause and write what would be the correct answer according to you. Hope you had already given the answer in the comment section. So according to me, they are being stopped at initial stage. So all these options are stopping in the projects which is not aligned, but initial stage, very beginning, we stop funding. So selection level is the very beginning, and at that level if we are stopped, that is the right answer. Selection of the program and projects via established structure, that would be the right answer. So selection of right program, project and established structure with the capability to P3O helps to lead unviable projects being stopped at initial stage. So hope you enjoy the session. Stay tuned for more such question and answer session. Thank you. Okay team, let's move on to the next question. Question number 31, again from the chapter 1. Which is the activity that definition and implementation of temporary program offices? So here we need to understand which are the temporary offices. So read the question carefully and then we can understand what are the options. Transfer the realization benefits to operational environment, create a vision statement for the office, define the future state of blueprint, identify existing process defined by COE that may be used. Take a pause and write your understanding what would be the correct answer. So let's solve this. So which is an activity in the definition and implementation of a temporary program offices? So I believe the identify existing process defined by COE that may be used would be to good start. That would be the correct answer here. That is the correct answer. That COE, the rationale behind that, a COE typically provides following. When a temporary program office is defined, supply standard process tools and templates, provide advice on tailoring processes to meet the standards. Okay. Question number 32. Why do a senior managers needs to agree on which PPM problems they rate as a critical? Option A, allow the P3O sponsor to gain consensus on a common P3O vision. Option B, defines portfolio prioritization optimization technique. Option C, define lifestyle of implementation of a permanent P3O. And option D, justify the senior management in the investment of the P3O. Why do senior managers need to agree on which PPM problem they are rate as a critical? So I believe that is in the very beginning to identify the core issues, and accordingly you have to define your vision. So I believe option A would be the correct answer, that allow the P3O sponsor to gain consensus on a common vision. So that would be the correct answer. Let's understand. Yes, that is the correct answer. Move to the next question. Question 33. Which office within the P3O model provides delivery support to identify process of a program office? So I believe in the delivery support, let's evaluate the option A, temporary program office, option B, COE, option C, organization portfolio office, and option D, temporary project office. Which office within the P3O model provides delivery support to the identify process of a program? So I believe it's which project to be identified, and that and in the permanent office. So I believe organization portfolio office might be the right answer, because COE is not providing delivery support. They are into training and all. Yes, so that is the correct answer, because they are providing a delivery support by identifying the program that we need to invest or not. Okay, so that is the correct answer. Question number 34. What elements of a P3O model provides centralized services? So project office, program office, hub portfolio office, or organization portfolio office. So as you see that centralized services, so centralized services, I believe your organization portfolio office is providing centralized. So there are centralized model, decentralized model. So I believe the D is the correct answer. Yes, because organization portfolio office in a P3O model will provide centralized services. Question number 35 says, which describe an objective of portfolio management? So now this is a very direct question. Objective, let's understand one by one. Option A says, collect in one place all the information and organization investment initiative. Option B, enable the most effective balance of the organization change and business as usual. Coordinate the implementation of set of related projects and the activities. I think it's related to your program level stuff. Achieve outcomes, realize benefits that are strategic importance of the business. Yes, that might be the correct. Collect all information. So I believe option A, B, and C all are correct, but most correct would be this B, that effective balance of your organization change and business as well. So that is a graph that this is your change initiative, this is your business as well. So this is a balancing act, that whatever profit you are getting, you are investing in the new initiative, and then these capabilities you develop and become your business as well. So that is a balancing act. So I believe B would be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct, that enable the most effective balance of the organization change and business as usual is the objective of the portfolio. Okay, thank you. Okay friends, as you know that we are solving foundation level question for P3O, and that too chapter 1, that is introduction. Let's move to the question number 36. What is the portfolio program and project management standards office? Option A, organization portfolio office. Option B, COE. Option D, C, hub portfolio office, and program office. Option D. So as you know that it's the keyword for standard office. So all the standards and all that things are done at the COEs. So that would be correct answer. That is the direct question. Yes, COE is not just doing the standardization, they are defining standards, process, templates, skills, training, managed knowledge. Many provide independent assurance. COE may part of the portfolio office exist as a separate independent unit as well. So that is the keyword that you need to recall to answer this question. Question number 37. What should P3O recommend for must do change? So must do change. So read the question and answer. Option A, should be included portfolio to maintain business as usual. Okay. Option B, should be stopped immediately. Must be completed before new changes are stated. Should be realigned to existing objective. Now take a pause and write what you think would be the right answer from A, B, C, or D. So I believe must do changes. So we can't immediately stop business as usual. We must be completed, new change are started. So that again it's a time consuming. Some emergency things you can do hand in hand. So I believe A would be the most correct answer. Should be included the portfolio to maintain business as well. That is the correct answer. So let's move to the next question. Question number 38. What resources commitment should be taken into account as a part of portfolio management? Program, project, or business as usual? Option B, program or business as usual. Option C, program and project only, or D, program only. Take a pause and write what do you think the correct answer, A, B, C, or D. So as the standard definition of portfolio management states, is a totality of organization investment, whether you are investing in a project, program, portfolio, or a business as usual. So I believe A would be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer. 39. Which describe to focus on portfolio office in relation to the program? Okay. Provide support to a program, implements program correctly, ensure that investment made in the right programs, and define the standards to be followed by the program. Now this is something which you need to read carefully. A portfolio office in relation to the program office. So I believe C would be the most correct answer, that to ensure that your investment is met in the right program. So that is the correct answer. Question number 40. How to improve an organization's ability to deliver a strategy by P3O. How to improve an organization's ability to deliver its strategy by P3O. Let's read the option. Option A says that ensure current projects are unaffected by change to policy or strategy. Option B says that allow senior managers to delegate their governance responsibility. Option C says that enables project efficiently develop their own financial processes. And option D says that provide decision support structure to ensure the right projects are shortlisted. Now, take a pause, think on what would be the right answer, and I would request you to write that in a comment section. So from the question itself, that answer is there, that it's strategy, how P3O ensure that it's delivered the strategy by P3O. So A, ensure the current projects unaffected, that is not the correct answer, because it sometimes required to stop the projects which are not aligned to the strategy. So that is not the thing. Allow senior manager to delegate the governance responsibility. Again, that's not, it's a escalation matrix, but you can't delegate the entire responsibility to the subordinates. Enable project efficiently to develop their own finance processes. Of course they can, but up to certain level. After that they have to escalate. So I believe that again not the correct answer. So most correct answer here in this case, provide a decision support. Here it's again, it's a decision support, it's not a decision you have to take as a P3O structure to ensure the right projects are shortlisted. That is the most correct answer. Okay, so that is the most correct answer. And the rationale provide decision support to ensure the right projects are launched. This activity increase organization ability to deliver the strategy by P3O model. So that is the correct answer. Okay, thank you. Hi friends, now today we are going to solve the questions of P3O foundation examination, and that to specific the chapter 2. Now if you recall, what is the chapter 2? Chapter 2 is regarding why we have a P3O. Okay, so that is the chapter 2. Let's solve the questions 41 2. Now question says, which of this, like which is the example of support and enabling activity of the P3O value matrix? Now if you recall the P3O value matrix very well, there are two type of function. One is your support and enabling function, and second assurance and restraining function. So there is an activity where you are control the things, and that where you are support the things. So I had given you an example. It's kind of flying a kite. So if you fly the kite, there are two type of things. How you make sure that kite is fly above in the sky, by providing release the string, and sometimes to control the kite you have to stretch the string. Similarly, support and enabling function is releasing the string so that your performance projects are do very well, and it's not a restraining or assurance function. So if you read the options available, option A says that managing the delivery of the program. Option B says that assure program outcomes in line with the business strategy. Read the word careful, ensuring. So that is not a support function, it's a kind of compressing thing. Options is providing tools and tools to assist the project manager to deliver the project. Okay, that is related to your support and enabling. And option D says that checking whether the delivery initiatives is on schedule or not. Now checking, ensuring, these all things are negative, that what you are doing here an assurance function. But managing tools, providing support, that you do in a support and enabling function. So that might be the correct answer. Managing delivery of program, that is not the job of P3O, that is the job of your program officer. So I believe C is the most correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. And providing tools, templates, data to assist the project manager to deliver is supporting enabling activity. So that is the correct answer. Question number 42. Which statement regarding the P3O assurance function and services is false. Now read this question carefully. It's false. So sometimes you know the right answer, but you mislead by the notion of complete the exam fast. So read option A, says carry out audits of its own P3O function. So it's kind of self audit. It's a conflict of interest kind of thing. So maker and checker should be a two different entity. So here doing your own audit, it's conflict. So I believe that would be the false statement. Second, take various forms of regular health check. Okay. C, provides guidance to start up the project. Okay. And D says provide independent assurance. In addition to that, provide a program board. So that might also all B to D is correct. I believe A, that is a false statement. Yes, that is a false statement because it's a conflict of interest kind of situation. P3O itself should be a subject of independent assurance, and external audit should not be. Therefore it's P3O do their own audit. So that is the first one. Question number 43, which of the best management practice principles are extracting the value? Help answer the question. Are we getting the business benefits? Now I ask you that whenever there is a benefits, you have to search question like value, a business case, value, and benefits, or are interlinked. So I believe here safeguarding value is the most appropriate answer, but you can still read the question. Option B, prioritizing investment, C, hold people to account, and D, govern effectively. So I believe A, safeguarding value, that would be the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer, because safeguarding value ensure that business owners can identify via the benefits tracking services provided by P3O whether the benefits are being achieved or not. Question number 44 says, what part of business change governance? Answer the question. Are we doing the right things? So it's a doing the right thing. That is the first question that related to your strategy. So are we that is the correct answer. So if you read this business change strategy, are we doing the right thing? Business change delivery, are we getting the things done? And business change design, are we doing the things right way? Okay. And business change value, are we getting the business benefits? Okay. So this way D is the most correct answer. Yes, that is change strategy. Answer the question, are we doing the things right? Question number 45, which is not a reason why P3O should measure a key performance indicator? Again, read it, not a reason. So maintaining commitment from the stakeholder over time, justify program within the portfolio, measure the success of the P3O implementation, set overall targets for improvement. Now here key performance indicator. So option A, maintaining the commitment from the stakeholders. Okay, you can do that. Justifying the program within the portfolio, that is not the KPI. So there is two things. KPIs are there to measure how you are achieving. Whether this particular justifying the portfolio, that is a business case. Now business case, where we are doing business case when we understand whether we have to start or not. So that is not a KPI, but once you invested, then you set a KPI to measure the success of that. So C, measuring the success of implementation, set overall targets. That's all are correct. So B is the correct answer. It should not be the reason. It's business case, that is justify the investment decision. Okay, so that's for today. Thank you. Hello friends, welcoming you all. We are discussing the foundation examination preparation, and that too chapter 2, that is why we have a P3O. Okay, let's understand the question number 46, which says that which principles for extracting the value does the P3O suggest by ensuring that issues are escalated to the right decision makers or authority? Now this type of question, when I ask you that principles, so there are 6 principles and they are specifically for value thing. So option A, govern effectively. Option B, invest in people and process. Option C, safeguard the value. And option D, track progress through highlight and exceptional based reporting. Now they told that right decisions are ensuring escalated. How we make sure that escalation through governs effectively, that right things like a portfolio director, then project program board or project manager, right thing escalate to the right people to govern effectively. So we safeguard the bandwidth of the key decision makers. We should not involve them each and every trivial thing. We delegate the authority, and based on that, govern effectively would be the correct answer. Let's see. Yes, that is the correct answer. Govern effectively, it's an ensuring issue risk changes escalate to the right level. Question number 47. Which is a part of the business governance structure whose requirement must be met by the reporting of a P3O model? Okay, option A, senior management board, option B, external stakeholder, option C, competent officers within the P3O, and option D, head of the P3O. Now, take a pause, write down what would be your thoughts on this particular and mention in the comment section. Okay, now read the question that which part of the business governance structure whose requirement must be met. So I believe senior management board whose requirement must be met, that would be the right answer. Yes, that is. And reason, senior management decision lead to a fulfillment of strategic objective through a delivery of program, projects, or business as usual. So that's why that's the correct answer. Let's move to the question number 48. What is the use to help senior managers to determine their core problems and services with the P3O model? Now, what is the core problems of the organization? How we do? There are 2-3 techniques. First, we do P3M3 assessment. So P3M3 assessment is the way by which you can understand what is the current level of the organization and what are the core problems, how we identify through a value matrix. If you recall the value matrix, there is a supporting function and assurance function. I had given you the example of the kite, how by which you can control the kite. The same way, a P3O value matrix is a brainstorming session by which you can understand what are the support function and assurance function. So let's understand options here. A, business process streamliness, B, knowledge management tools, C, P3O value matrix, and D, capacity planning and resource management. So I believe C would be the correct answer. Business process streamliness, it's for repeated processes we are using. Knowledge management tool for a C, center of excellence. Capacity planning, resource management for a delivery support function we are using, but it is not for the core problem identification. So C would be the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, it's the correct. P3O value matrix, it's a tool used to identify stakeholder needs to determine their core problem. So that's the correct answer. Question number 49. What is used by senior managers to identify the role of a P3O in providing governance? Okay, so what is used? So which model is used by senior managers to identify the role of the P3O in providing governance? P3O model, P3O value matrix, P3O information portal, enterprise. So the same thing, what we are using to identify the core problems, the same model we can use to identify the governance, that which level, program, portfolio level, program level, project level, by offering support function and assurance function, we can understand that what is the governance level, it's proper or not, what are the core issues. So I believe here also value matrix would be the right answer. Yeah, that is the right answer. P3O value matrix is a simple tool assist the senior managers to determine their core problems and assessing the scope of the P3O model. And there, if the issue related to governance, that also we can identify through the value matrix. So that's the correct answer. Question number 50. Which is not typically key performance indicator which can be used to measure the success of the P3O model? Now, option A says that improve portfolio balance in relation to the spent short-term contract resources. Okay. Option B says increase the success of program delivering budget. Option C, increase the use of implemented tools by operational staff, and option D, and hence the contribution measure against the benefit realization. Now, if you recall, I just get which is not. So it's a negative question. So if you go with the flow, you cannot understand it. But if you can recall with a consciousness, which is not a typical key performance indicator, KPIs. So all are KPIs, but at a P3O. So if you see here, program level things. It's a program level, it's not a P3O level. So I believe A, C and D are the portfolio level, but your B is a program level, and that's why it's not the typical and that's the correct answer. Yes, that is increase the success program delivered to budget is very specific to your program and project KPI, where P3O are setting KPIs at higher level, portfolio level. So that is the correct answer. Thank you for your kind participation. Hello friends, as you know that we are solving the foundation questions that to specifically chapter number 2, that is why we have a P3O. So let's begin. Question number 51 says that which is not a specific area where KPIs should be set minimum to measure the P3O's model's success. Okay, option A says increase overall program success rates in relation to the benefit realization. Option B, improve the portfolio balance in terms of overall risk, enhance contribution to a strategic objective, and reduce cost of skilled resource. Okay, now have a pause and give what would be your correct answer. Okay, let me solve that. Which is not a specific, again it's kind of question which sometimes you know the right answer, but you can carry it away with the notion and you ended up with selecting a wrong answer. So here I believe reduce the cost of skilled resources, it's again not a specific KPI because it's ethically and morally also not the correct answer. So all above A to C may be contributed to the KPIs, but the most correct D should not be. In sometimes the practically in the situation you can think to reduce the cost, but it is not the theoretically as well as morally can do that. So that is the correct answer. Reduce the skilled resources is not example of KPI, it's against the moral value and irrational compared to all other three options. Okay, let's move to the next question, question number 52, which is the purpose of measuring the KPIs or key performance indicator of the P3O offices. Option A says determine the project progress against its plan, determine P3O success to the organization, identify the resource required within the P3O, and identify areas personal improvement for the project managers. Take a pause, answer what would be the correct. Let me go through the rationale. Now determine the project progress against the plan, it's a project level things. Okay, demonstrate the P3O success to the organization, let's consider that may be the good KPI at the P3O office. Identify resource required within the P3O, that should not be the KPI, that is the day-to-day activities on the delivery support function you can do, but not the KPI. Identify areas of personal improvements for the project managers, again that is the project manager level things and that can be done by Center of Excellence. So I believe B would be the most correct answer here. Yes, that is. And demonstrate the P3O success to the organization's purpose, measuring the KPIs of the P3O. 53 says which is specified constraint that may impact the benefit delivered by the implementing the P3O model. Okay, option A, overall program and project success rate. P3O champion providing senior management commitment and organization ability to adapt the change and belief that complying the repeatable processes is a bureaucratic. Okay, take a pause, answer what do you think the correct answer. Let me give the rationale behind that. Okay, now read the question carefully. Which is specified constraint that may impact the benefits delivered by the implementing the P3O? So which out of this is a constraint? So overall program project success, it's not a constraint. P3O providing a senior management commitment, again it's a good thing, it's not a constraint, it's a good thing, it's required for you to implement the organization ability to adapt the change, that might be the constraint, because if your organization is not able to adapt the change, it may be a challenging, a fiasco that is not able to deliver, and believe that complying with a repeatable process is a bureaucratic. Yes, that is the things, but out of C and D, C would seems to be the most correct answer. Yes, that is an organization ability to adapt the change is a specified constraint that may impact the benefit delivery by the implementing a P3O model. Okay, question number 54, what is used to measure the success of the P3O? Option A, principles for extracting value, P3O value matrix, key performance indicator, and complexity modeling. What is used to measure the success of the P3O? Now, key performance indicator is required to measure the success, but here the specifically principle for extracting the value, that is more relevant. So I doubt complexity modeling is required for you to implement the governance thing. Value matrix is for identifying core issues of the organization. So I am confused between option A and option C, KPIs and principles for extracting the value. So I believe that I can go with the option A because it's used to measure the success of the P3O, that principles for extracting how value we can, what are the value we can extracting from the P3O, that should be the measure, and that should be one of the KPI by which you can measure the success of the P3O. So I believe yes, that is the correct answer. Principles for extracting value is used to measure the success of the P3O, and that can be one of your KPIs to measure the success of that. So I believe that is the correct answer, A. Question number 55, which is an area where improvement targets and the key performance indicator should be set? Improved portfolio balance in terms of the overall risk and life cycle of the strategy, greater dependencies from the strategic objective, increase number of projects in startup at any time, increase the number of programs scoring amber and red, and get a review technique. Take a pause, give your answer, let me give you a rationale. So I straight away reject increase the number of projects in startup at any one time. It should not be the KPI, right? So that not achieve your organization success, right? Increase the number of programs scoring amber and red, get a review, that again not the KPIs because it's a downfall. Your projects are in a red and get a review, so that is not rational. Greater independence from the strategic objective, that again not a right answer because you should have a alignment with your strategic objective and your P3O. So I believe A, improve the portfolio balance in terms of the overall risk and the life cycle, that should be the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that is the correct answer, that improve the portfolio balance in terms of the overall risk and life cycle, where improvement targets are related to KPI should be set. So that is the correct answer. Okay, thank you very much for joining. Hello friends, now we are solving more questions from the chapter number 2. That is, first chapter is introduction, second chapter why we have to invest in the P3O. So let's solve that question. So question number 56, which is typically information assurance role in the P3O organization? Now, as per the value matrix, there are two roles. First, restraining and assurance function, and second, enabling and supporting function. So let's go option one by one. Option A says booking accommodation for operational staff. Okay, that is support and enabling function. Providing capacity planning for the portfolio, again that is support and enabling function. Escalating issues to the senior management. Okay, that is again not fall under this two category, but let's evaluate more option. Ensuring data security requirement are assessed at the beginning of each project. Now this keyword ensuring, it is for your assurance and restraining function. Okay, so I believe D would be the correct answer. Let's see what the options are available. Yes, D is the correct answer, and the rationale: assuring data security requirements are assessed at the beginning of each project is restraining or assurance function. That what I told you, there are two functions as the P3O value matrix. First, what we call restraining or assurance function, by which we are trying to control the things, and second would be enabling or supporting function, by which we are trying to support the organization, or as I given you the example of the kite. So how you control the kite? By pulling the string, that is restraining and assurance function, and sometimes you have to release the string, that is again an example of support or enabling function. So here they ask particularly assurance function, and that is the D answer. Now question number 57, which is a purpose of getting senior management to buy into the benefit of the P3O office? Okay, again this is chapter 2, that why we have to invest in the P3O. So that question is from that pattern. So why, which is the purpose of getting senior management to buy into the benefits of the P3O? Option A, contribute to a planning trenches of the delivery, use their influence to champion the change, document the desired future state, and implement appropriate PPM tools. Now take a pause. Guess what would be the correct answer according to you? Write in a comment section. Let me decipher the answer for you. I believe to convince the management to buy in and benefit of the P3O, it's B, that use that influence to champion the change would be the correct answer, by which you are convincing that this implementation will bring more result in whatever the objective you wanted to achieve. So B seems to be a correct answer. Let's see. Yes, it's the correct answer. The use of their influence to champion the change to justify the proposed investment, and it should be reviewed throughout the introduction of the P3O. So that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next question. Question number 58 says, which describe the P3O assurance service for the organization? Again, they ask assurance. So I told you the P3O value matrix. It is example of the kite. So once you pull the string, that we call assurance or restraining function, and you release the string, that we called an supporting or enabling function. This is just an example by which you can correlate the P3O value matrix. That is the tool we use to identify the core problems of the organization. Let's now read the option. Integrate into the program being assured, carried out by the delivery support function, independent of the program being assured, supports program managers in delivery. Now supports is a support and enabling function, carried out by the delivery support function, integrate program being assured. So that's all are seems to be a support and enabling function, but this independent of the program being assured, that seems to be assurance function. So I believe C would be the correct answer for this. Let's see. Yeah, C would be the correct, that independent of the program being assured describe the P3O assurance services. So that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next 59 number question, which is receives the benefit of the governance provided by the P3O. Option A, change initiative. Option B, finance. Option C, business as usual, and option D, commercial. Now as for the P3O common terminology, change initiative and business as usual is the keyword that we used. Finance and commercial are the subset of the change initiative or business as usual. So we can straight away discard these two options. Now out of change initiative and business as usual, P3O is, as I told you, that one is your business as usual. You do day-to-day operations. Whatever the benefits you earn, you can invest into the change initiative, and the change initiative become your operational, become a business. This is a cycle that we run, and so for this change initiative would be the right set. Yes, executing proper change initiative is one of the benefit of the governance provided by the P3O. So that is the correct answer. Now question number 16, which is needed when getting the investment for the P3O model? Options are recognition of the need for change, provision for secretariat service. Option C, independence of assurance service. Option D, defined portfolio change. Here they ask what is the root cause why you needed to invest in the P3O. So I believe for this, just take a guess and write your option in the comment section. For me, I believe recognition for the need for a change, that would be the prerequisite or a threshold for which you can convince your management to invest in the P3O. So I believe A would be the correct. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Recognition for a need for change needed when getting the investment for the P3O. That's the correct answer. Thank you very much for your active participation. Okay friends, welcome back. Now we are solving more questions from the chapter number 2 of the P3O, that is why we have to invest in the P3O. So let's begin. So this particular question is dealing with your 16.1, says which is the area where there is improvement targets and related key performance indicators should be set for the P3O. Now KPIs, where we have to KPI, it should always be measurable, that you need to recall. And now read the options available for this. Option A says that improved portfolio balance in terms of overall risk in the life cycle stages. Option B says greater independence from the strategic objective. Option C says increased number of projects in startup at any one time, and increased number of programs scoring amber and red at get review. Now try to read this particular where the key performance indicator you are going to set for the P3O. You are not going to set the key performance indicator for individual projects or a program. So you have to think from that point of view. Greater independence from the strategic objective is not a KPI, it's not measurable, right? So it's very subjective term. Increase the number of projects in startup at any one time, it's again not giving the value for the organization. And increase number of programs scoring amber and red at a gated review, that is a danger thing, it is negative, it's a disbenefit. So you can reject this three option. Okay, so option A is left, where improve the portfolio balance in terms of the overall risk and the life cycle stages. That should be the correct answer. Let's explore. Yeah, that is the correct answer, and the rationale is already mentioned over here, so I'm not reading for you. You can read that and you can answer in the examinations as well. So let's move to the next question. Question number 62 says which is not a typical key performance indicator which can be used in measure of success of the P3O. Now read this question very carefully. Have you noticed something? Okay, what? You can guess. The not, it is a kind of negative question. So sometimes you know what would be the right answer, but your mind is hacked to jump to the answer, and you are sometimes, though you know the right answer, you are ended up selecting the wrong answer. So which is not a KPI, that you need to understand. So let's explore the option A. Increase the success of the program delivery to budget, it's a KPI. Enhance the contribution measures against the benefit realization plan, again that's a KPI. Improve the portfolio balance in relation to spend short-term contract resources, that again a KPI. Increase the use of implemented tools by the operational staff, again this seems not to be measurable, means you not need to measure that that how many operational staff using the tool, that not linked to your benefits. So I believe D would be not the KPI, and that should be the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, so it's already given the rationale. You can read the rationale. I will pause for a while, you can read it. Now let's move to the next question. Question number 63, which says which is a part of the business governance structure whose requirement must be met by reporting of a P3O. Okay, must be made. Must be made means they are from the senior board members. Then and then the requirement of governance should not should be always compliant. So let's explore the options. A, senior management board, external stakeholder. I believe that you can straight away reject. Component office within the P3O, that's again not head of P3O. So you have to choose between A and D, and they ask which is the business governance structure whose requirement must be met by reporting of a P3O. Reporting of the P3O means head of the P3O should match the requirement. So I believe A would be the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer, and the rationale is already given over here. I keep it up to you. You can read and recall the concept. Let's move to the number 64. To identify the core issues problem, which techniques is used by the senior management? It's a very direct question, that which tool or technique we use to identify the core issues of the problem. P3O value matrix, straight question and straight answer. Again, all the P3O model, P3O information portal, enterprise CPU software, these are the tools. This model is there are 5 different models, that permanent and temporary mix of all both, but it is not a technique that we use. So P3O value matrix is a technique. As I given you the example, the kite festival, the kite support an enabling function, and enabling and restraining function. So this is the value matrix, is the tool we used. Now question number 65, which principle of extracting value does a P3O support by ensuring the issues are escalated to the right decision maker, making the authority? Now this is the question where govern effectively principles comes into the play. Like, why govern effectively? You have a limited bandwidth of your management. You can't allow all in each issues to be escalated to the management level, so you set some threshold level. So govern effectively is the principle by which you can set some threshold level and make sure that your senior management should get all the required information once it crosses the threshold. So that is the correct principle. Invest in people and process is not related to the escalation. Safeguarding value is again not related to the question paper. So B seems to be A seems to be the correct answer. Yeah, that seems to be the correct answer, that govern effectively extracting value does support by ensuring that issues are escalated to the right decision maker and the authority. Okay friends, welcome back. We are discussing the foundation examination question for the P3O, and that too specifically for chapter 2, that is why to invest in the P3O. Let's move to question number 66, which says, okay, question number 66 we are going to discuss, which is a COE function or a services. COE, as I told you, that COE is related to the tools and providing templates and providing trainings and all that stuff. So here let's explore the option A, support PPM tools, option B, support delivery of specific program, provide capacity planning, and align projects to strategy. Now you can take a pause and write or mention in the comment section what would be the right answer according to you. So support delivery, you can straight away reject. Providing capacity planning, yes. Aligning project strategy, it's not a COE function, it is a function of portfolio or a hub portfolio office. So I believe between A and C, A seems to be most correct, that support PPM tools. Let's see. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Question number 67, which describe P3O assurance function. So as I told you, assurance and restraining function and support and enabling function. I had already given you an example of kite where you have to identify which is restraining or assurance function and which is enabling or support function. So support program managed in delivery, option B, carried out delivery support function, option C, integrated into the program being assured and independent of the program being assured. So I believe D seems to be the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct. Independent of the program being assured is the example of assurance service. Question number 68, what is the use of measures for the success of the P3O? So KPI, key performance indicators, is by which you can measure the success. So B seems to be the correct answer. Very straight question. If you can further dig down principles of extracting value, it's govern effectively, key performance indicator to measure the complexity modeling, that a technique what you use, and P3O value matrix again is a technique to identify the core issues. So I believe B would be the correct answer. Yeah. Question number 69 says, which is an information assurance concept that P3O can supply information to the business when need. Now information assurance, IA, there are information triad CIA. C stand for confidentiality, I for integrity, and A for availability of the information. I will give you an example. Confidentially, throughout the organization, the confidentiality remain as it is. Information should not be leaked. Integrity means the information should not be get manipulated from level to level, from project level to program level, portfolio level. And availability, any key decision maker, whenever they ask for the right information, they should readily available with them in a real time. So I believe availability is the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Question number 70 says, which is not an independent assurance service provided by a P3O project? Now, it's a red herring. It's a not question. Okay. So, facility lessons review, it's an independent assurance service. Coordinated gate review, from one gate to another gate, whether you are moving the project into the next stage. Again, that is a go no go decision. It's an assurance function. Facility regular health check, red, amber or green, what is the status of the project, that assurance function. Providing project support to a project manager, again that is not a assurance function, that is support and enabling function. So I believe D would be the most correct answer. All these are assurance function. So this is the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. Thank you very much. Okay, now let's move to next question set 71 to 75. Question 71 says, why should the outline vision statement provide a clear link to organization business strategy? Option A, connect implementation of P3O to an organization success. B, justify the investment in the P3O model. That is, I believe, that done by business case, not vision statement. Document the process that will used in the operate a P3O model. That is your blueprint, when you document the processes. Okay. Determine the governance applied to the P3O implementation program. That is your organization structure, that a part of your blueprint again. So I believe A seems to be a more correct answer. Connect the implementation of the P3O to an organization success, that link to an organization business strategy. Let's explore. Yes, that seems to be the correct answer. A clear link to a business strategy will be how the changes will contribute to an organization objective. That's the correct answer. Question number 72, which statement applies stakeholder in set of a temporary program office and their needs? First, stakeholder are the people or a group whose interests get impacted by project or program or a portfolio. So here they specifically ask of the program. So in the program, let's discuss, are only form of other offices within the P3O. Their needs not analyzed, are the same stakeholder from setting up the P3O permanent office. Permanent office is not related to the program office, because it's a program office, a temporary office. Their needs not analyzed is again not seems to be the P3O program office. And P3O office, only office others, okay, specifically include those involved in delivering the program. It seems to be correct, like program office and delivery of involved in the program. That D seems to be the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. Stakeholder from the temporary program office include the program board and program teams. Question number 73, what question does business change value aspects of a business governance address? When there is a value, I ask you to focus on the keywords like benefits. So are we getting the business benefits is related to the question of business change value. Are we doing the right thing? It's a question of strategy. This is your value question. Are we getting the things done well? That is your delivery question. And are we getting things the right way? Getting things the right way, that is your design question. Business change design, business change delivery, business change value, business change strategy. So that is the 4 things to govern the P3O. And if you ask the what would be the business change strategy, you ask the question, are we doing the right thing? The answer is your business change strategy. Are we getting the business benefit? That question you ask with business change value. And are we getting the things done well? That is your delivery question, business change delivery. Are we getting the things right way? That is your design question. So that is the correct answer. Which is the common barrier to overcome the agreeing mandate for a P3O? Option A, agreeing the funding of the P3O model. Yeah, it seems to be an barrier. Agreeing the measure of to be used to prioritize the portfolio, document process via business process and carrying the P3O. So all three below mentioned seems to be required factor, but this seems to be funding model, how to invest, what to invest, and convince the management to raise the funding for the P3O. That is the barrier. Seems to, yeah, that is correct answer. Which information should be business case for a P3O model? So roles of the staff, process to be implemented by a P3O, reason why any form of P3O model is needed. That is the business case. Why? Because this particular chapter, why we need to invest, that is the document, business case, that give you the justification and rationale behind investing in the P3O. So that is the correct answer. Appointment of the P3O, that again, that is not the business case, that is the question of your blueprint, the organization structure. So role of the staff working in the P3O, processes for implementing. So it's all our blueprint. So there are two documents, blueprint. So A, B, and D are part of your blueprint, what we call POTI, processes, organization, technology, and information. Why question is answered by your business case. So I believe B seems to be correct answer. No, it is not the correct answer. Reason why we invest in the P3O. Yes, that is the correct answer. Sorry, I just mistake. Instead of B, C is the correct answer. Reason why form of things is required. That is the correct answer. This is process. That is part of your blueprint. So A, B, and D are part of your blueprint, and C is why question. That is your business case. Okay. Thank you. Hello friends, as you know that we are solving the P3O Foundation examination and specifically chapter 2, that is why we have to invest in the P3O. Let's quickly move on now to question number 76, which says which is not a specific area where KPIs should be set minimum to measure the P3O model's success. Now remember, this is specifically not, so you have to be very cautious when reading the question. Let's go through the available option. Option A says which increase the overall program success rate in relation to benefit realization. Yes, that is the KPI. Improve the portfolio balance in terms of overall risk. Yes, that should also be a KPI. Enhance the contribution to strategic objective. Yes, that may be. Reduce the cost of skilled resources. I believe that should not be the KPI. KPI should be in terms of the overall organizations going in the right direction, measurable benefits. But this is not related to that, so we can consider that should not be the correct KPI, and that is the correct answer. T. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Okay, move to the question number 77. Which is needed when getting the investment for the P3O? So options are recognition in the need for a change, provision for secretariat services, defined portfolio changes, and independent of the assurance. So I believe that all of them are requirement for the investment for the P3O, but what is the main requirement? So there are a situation where you know that you seems that almost all are the correct answer, but what would be the most correct or a prerequisite? The first one, the recognition for the need of the change, that is one of the prerequisite, and I believe that might be the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. Question number 78 says which are the constraints that impact on how P3O office needs to be implemented in the organization. Quality standards, program data is needed. Okay. P3O assurance service must be independent. Pace of change must be taken into account. Currently P3 and 3 maturity. So governance must align with existing corporate. So Option A, B, and D is the supporting function. It's not a constraint under which you impact. They categorize which is a constraint that impacts how a P3O offices needs to be implemented. So pace of the change must be taken into account current P3 M3 maturity. So if the maturity, there are, as I told you, there are 5 level of maturity: level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if level 3 and above, we can implement with very fast track because the organization is already mature. But if there is a level 1 or 2, then from moving level 1 to level 3, it's take almost 1 year and half year. So that you have to consider. So I believe pace of change must be, that's the correct answer. Yeah, that is. Question number 79 says, which is purpose of measuring KPIs for the P3O? Demonstrate P3O success to the organization, determine project progress against plan, identify resource required within a P3O, identify areas of personal improvement for the project managers. So which should be the KPIs, key performance indicator? So I think demonstrate P3O success for the organization, that is most correct answer. All of them are project regarding, then this is resource required, that is very miniature. So organization level seems to be correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. Question number 18 says, which of the following statement about the key performance indicator are true? Can use to maintain buy-in of commitment from the stakeholder, or will be the same for every P3O? So this is either of kind of question. So I believe only one is the correct, second is not a correct, because it should be always be customizable based on the organization. So on D would be correct answer. Yes, D seems to be correct answer. Yeah, okay. So hope you enjoy the session. Thank you. Okay, so as you recall that we are solving the questions, let's move to the next question. Question number 81 says, which P3O capability is the most likely to result in being able to stop inappropriate programs? Okay, so it is kind of when we do the project assessment very preliminary, we can do that, is there proper business case justifiable to start the project or not, whether we need to invest organizational resources in that project or not. Accordingly, what would be that, how, what are the parameters that it's aligned with strategic objective or not? So these are the things. If we, let's check, first option A says reduction in the resource cost, that should not be the criteria for P3O to stop the project. Reduction in overheads dealing with conflicts resources, that should not also be. Increase the ability to bundle related requests for change for program. Ongoing alignment of program with strategic objectives and target, that is the main thing. So you stop the funding of the project which is not aligned with your strategic objectives also. D seems to be most correct answer here. Yeah, that is. So, and the rationale, I keep it up to you. You can pause and read the rationale for your understanding. Question number 82 says, which uses of P3O services for the most likely to be needed reassurance that change initiative will be delivered with minimum disruption to the operational plans? So as I told you that P3O is, this is your change initiative, this is your business as usual, and this is your change new project. So whatever the earning you are getting, you are investing in the new change, and then it will become operational as usual once the capability realized. So which stakeholder should not get minimum disturbance? So some stakeholder operating in BAU should not get that ongoing operations should not be get disturbed. So I believe customer and user community are the one, because program head of P3O and third party suppliers, they all are working here, so that might be get impacted. But customer user community, that would be the correct answer. Yes, that is. The customer user community needs to be reassured that the change will happen with at least disruption and business as usual. Okay. Question number 83 says, which of the following key performance indicator evidence the performance improvement delivered to the P3O? Option 1 says increase the program and project success rate. Option 2, improve the portfolio balance. Option 3, increase the organization resource capacity, and option 4, enhance the contribution to the benefit realization plan. Out of, I believe, option 3, that increase the organization resource capacity, is not the KPI of a P3O. Okay, that is your HR job, that how to increase the capability of the resources. So I believe option 1, 2 and 4 seems to be correct. Out of the given option C have 1, 2 and 4. So you can discard the option 3. So here option 3 is there, here option 3 is there, here option 3 is there. So you can discard A, B, C, A, B and D, and C is correct answer. Yes, it is. You can take a pause and read what the rationale given as per the textbook, but I will move forward for other question answer. Question number 84 says, how can P3O model improve an organization ability to deliver its strategy? By provide decision support to ensure right projects are launched. Yes, it may be. Ensure current projects are unaffected by change policy or strategy. Okay. Enable projects efficiently develop by their own financial processes. Not really. Allow senior manager to delegate the governance responsibility. So out of all A, B, C and D, I believe A is the most correct answer, that provide decision support to ensure that right projects are launched, and that entire governance mechanism can be set accordingly. So yes, it is the correct answer, that P3O model increase an organization ability to deliver strategic by providing decision support, ensure the right projects are launched. Okay, let's read question number 85. Which of the following are governance responsibility of the P3O model? Option 1 says, ensure the right level decision is taken by the right person or a group based on the right level of supporting information. Okay, it's related to governance. That seems to be correct. Option B, provide an approval at stage without offer other sign off if all issues are resolved. I believe this not be the case, because it's a decision enabling support structure, it's not taking decision. And here that from one stage to next stage, if you are moving, at every stage there is certain criteria that all stakeholder needs to be sit and check. P3O cannot bypass that decision and straight away say that you should move to the next stage if there is no issue, though there will be no issue in that particular project, but if it is not strategically aligned, all stakeholder needs to take a decision. So that I believe should not be the case. When discard option 2. Equip management boards with execution report and associate option. Yes, that can be. Provide appropriate rules summarizing people's process information. Yes, that can be. So I believe we can check option 2 is here, option 2 is here, option 2 is here. So I believe B would be the correct answer. 1, 3 and 4. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Ensuring you can pause and read the rationale. Thank you. Okay, let's quickly move to the question answer. Question number 86 says, which change design aspect will be addressed by asking question? So design, so I ask you to remember there are 4 things. Business change strategy, that you can ask by asking question, are we doing the right things? Business change design, that you can answer by, are we doing the things right way? Then business change delivery, that you can answer by, are we getting the things done well? And finally, benefits is related to business change value or value principle, that are we getting the things done? So remember, this is most time asked question, so I believe D is the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Question number 87, which business change value? So there is value, as I told you, value you can find the keywords benefits, are we getting the business benefits? So that is the correct answer. Yeah, you can read the rationale by posing that. Question number 88, which is a typical information assurance role of a P3O model? Booking accommodation for the operational staff, it is a clerical support function, it is not an assurance function. Ensuring data security required are assessed at the beginning of each project. Yeah, that may be. Providing capacity planning for the project, it's enabling support enabling function and escalating issues to this enablement, that's not. So I believe B is the correct answer. It is the correct answer, ensuring that data security are. And if you remember that assurance, there is, you can identify the word keyword assurance. That is one of the very easy technique to recall the correct answer. Question number 89, which is not typically KPIs which we use to measure the success of the P3O. Increase the success of programs delivered to budget. Here you read hearing not. So uh, that maybe, let's see, improve the portfolio balance in related to spend on short-term contract resources. Increase use of implementation tools by operational staff. That is not the KPI. Implementation tools are operational staff, and enhance the contribution measured against the benefit realization. So I believe C is not the KPI. Okay, okay, my mistake. What they wanted to convey, increased success of program delivered to budget. That might be related to what's the rationale. Increased success of program delivered to budget, very specifically to program projects. Yes, sorry, it's my mistake. So you can read this, it is program specific KPI, not an organization specific. So in that context, it is not the KPI at the P3O level. It is certainly the KPI at the program level, but not at the P3O level. So that is the correct answer, A. Question number 19 says, which is an area where improvement targets and related KPIs should be set? Increase number of projects startup at any one time, greater independence from the strategic objective, improve portfolio balance in terms of overall risk and delivery stage, increase the number of programs scoring amber. So I believe C seems to be the most correct KPI because you have to balance between risk and life cycle. Let's see it whether it would be the correct answer or not. Yeah, it is the correct answer. Yeah, and improved portfolio balance in terms of the overall risk and life cycle stages is an area where improvement targets and related KPI should be set. Okay, hope you get some techniques by which you can quickly jump to, and I am increasing my piece so that I believe that you had already thorough the concept and fundamentals. Now we are just focusing on solving more questions. So hope you are tuned with me. If you think that it is too fast, just take a break in between, pause the video, and then you can jump to the next question. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's continue our question and answer session specifically for foundation examination. Question 91, what role provides facility workshop to promote consistent project management practices? Secretariat and administrator, head of project office, project officer, or project specialist. So project specialist is the role who is the subject matter experts, and they are arranging best practices. They are the resource person for arranging all training, and whenever something goes, someone wanted to understand about the standards, they are the go-to person for that. So that be the correct answer. Okay, let's move to the question number 92, which is an underlying success factor of a P3O model with hub portfolio office that enables appropriate localization, application, and standards. Tailor core standards to meet the localized need. Yes, that absolutely right. Planning resource capacity at the local level, that is not something a tailoring. Okay, reviewing blueprint regularly, that again not customization at localized application. Following clear defined business strategy, that's again not. So I believe A is the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct, because tailoring core standards to meet the local need is underlying success factor of the P3O model with hub portfolio office that enables appropriate localization application of the standard. Question 93, which is not is a naughty word that you have to understand. Not strategic planning or portfolio support function. Provide single flexible resource pool. Yes, because it's a delivery support function. Okay. Provide prioritized program with portfolio aligned with program and strategic objective. Provide oversight. All B2D is a strategy support function. And what is missing? COE, Center of Excellence Support Function, is not there. So A is the correct answer. which is not a functional role. So planning, benefit value, project officer, or information management. So A, B, and D is a functional role. Project officer is not a functional role. So there are three category of roles. If you recall, there are three categories. First category is your management role. Second category is your generic role, and there is third category, that is your functional role. So there are, in out of these three categories, there are 21 rules. Management, there are 3 rules. Generic, there are 3 rules, and functional, there are 15 rules. So which are the 3 management rules? Your head of portfolio office, your program or project office, that is, and the this is the generic rule. So I believe C is the correct answer. Okay, yeah, it falls under the generic role, so it's not. Question 95, which is underlying success factor for a virtual P3O model? Good head of hub portfolio office are available. Standard continue to be deployed by monitoring external best practices. Okay, current culture and approaches are challenged. P3O costs are seen and unnecessary overhead. So this can straight away rejected. Current culture and approaches are challenged. Again, that is a constraint, not a success factor, so you can discard that as well. Standard continue to be developed and monitor external best practices, that is seems to be the correct answer. Good hub heads and hub profile offices are available. So A and B both are the correct, but in given context, which would be the most correct? So I believe B is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is foundation examination questions and answer for P3O, and that to specifically for chapter 3, that is how we design P3O. Okay, so question number 96, what which is delivery support function? So develop standards and process for producing business case, that is delivery support function. Maybe or strategic support function. Report portfolio performance through a management dashboard, again that is a strategy support function. Not train, coach, and PPM staff, that is COE, Center of Excellence. Provide flexible resourceful, that is your delivery support function. Okay, because here you help in delivery of the things. This is again your strategy support function. So option A and B is a strategy support function, C is COE, and D is your delivery support function. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Question number 97, which is an underlying success factor for temporary office model? Temporary is project program offices. Okay, consistent PPM training through providing training providers, yes, that may be the critical success factor. P3 maturity level 3 and above, that is not required temporary offices, again that is good, but it is not a mandatory prerequisite. Program and project develop their own templates, it is not consistent, you can straight away discard that. You can't have that liberty, otherwise you don't have the defined standard process in place. Program and projects culture does not exist, that again not relevant with the critical success factor. So I believe A is the most correct answer. Yes, it is, because consistent PPM trainings through approved training providers, one of the underlying success factor for temporary office model. Question 98 says, which of the following are the key responsibility of the portfolio analyst role? First, balance the portfolio in terms of strategic change and against business as well. Make recommendation on the appropriate programs and project balance. Provide fast track programs and project balance. Highlight problems related to the project interdependence. So I believe out of all 1 to 4, it is a portfolio analyst role. Okay, and provide a fast track program and project balance is specifically related to that project and program related stuff, and that is the responsibility of your program or project office, not the P3O. So you can discard the three. So you can discard this option, and this option. So I believe C is the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. By providing FASTIC program project balance is responsibility of head of program project office, not a key responsibility of the portfolio analyst. Okay, so that is the correct answer. Question 99: which is the purpose of consultancy and a performance management role? Identify, monitor, resolve issue, assist with the budget control, providing benefit realization support, create, maintain, distribute good practices. I believe it's a consultancy kind of role, so that is related to D, that is a COE function, Center of Excellence. They are managing, create, maintain, and distribute the good practices. So I believe D must be the correct answer. Yeah, it is create, maintain, and distribute good practices, role of consultancy and project management role. Okay, question number 100: which of the following statement about how P3O should integrate the wider organization are true? So integrate wider organization. Let's read the statement. One, operate independently of function within the organization. That is fundamentally wrong. In the integrated environment, that what you ask integrated, they ask to work in silos independently, so you can discard, it's not the correct answer. Statement 2, typically relies on dedicated full-time resources to provide financial function need. Again, this is again a silos, you not need a dedicated until that is so complex, otherwise you can use the shared resources, okay, for this. So 1 and 2, I think both are not correct, so neither 1 nor 2 is true. So option A seems to be the most correct answer according to me. What do you think? If you think any other option, you can write in the comment section with your proper justification. Okay, yeah, that's the correct answer. A. Both the statement leads to silos based architecture where P3O should integrate with the wider organization. So it is not an integrated approach. So that's why it's not the correct answer. Okay, thank you very much. Hello friends, as you know that we are solving the question for P3O Foundation examination, and today in this session we are solving question number 101 to 105 from chapter 3. Let's begin. So question 101 says, which role should be the responsibility of the P3O sponsor role? Now your options are checking that products delivered by the portfolio are fit for purpose. Option B, providing effective finance control to the overall portfolio. Option C, providing consistent approach to benefit and value management. And option D, ensuring the P3O meets the needs of the main board. Now take a pause, write what you guess that should be the responsibility of the P3O sponsor, and you can write that in a comment section so that we can evaluate. Okay, so according to me, the right answer should be ensuring the P3O meets the needs of the main board, because the P3O sponsor is the one who managed the entire show. He is the one who convinced the board to invest into the P3O and all the things. So P3O sponsor's main role should ensure the P3O meets the need of the main board, because based on that he convinced the board to invest in the P3O, so he is the prime owner of delivering the needs of the main board. So let's see what the correct answer. Yes, that's the correct, and the rationale is also mentioned in that. Let's move to the next question, 102. Where should an organization portfolio ultimately reports to? Now this is a direct type of question. I hope you recall that from the chapter 3. It depends on the designing of the P3O, that it reports to main board director, option A, corporate service function, option B, divisional director, option C, and head of department, option D. Now here, organization portfolio office, right, ultimately reports to main board direct. That is the direct question. If it's a COE, Center of Excellence, then it reports to your corporate function. And if it's a hub portfolio office, then it reports to your divisional director. And head of department, if it is your program or a project office, that the case. So here in this particular question, option A seems to be the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that is the correct answer. And an organization portfolio should report to main board director at maximum value. Okay. Now move to the next question. Question 103 says, which of the following are purpose of the program specialist role? So in this particular chapter, there are different 21 role. If you recall, the 3 is your management role, 3 is your analytical role, and your 15 are the functional role. So out of that, they ask program specialist. They are fall under this, your portfolio office director, program or project specialist, and program and project officer. So let's understand, program or specialist is the subject matter expert who are responsible for creating awareness, consulting, knowledge sharing, and all that stuff. So option A, play the proactive role in sharing the knowledge. Yes, that seems to be the correct. Assist in implementing the best program management practices. Yes, that is also correct. Play a proactive role in promoting the program management methods. That's also correct. Improve the program monitoring by collecting and maintaining the data in consistent format. That is not role of your program or project specialist. That is the role of your program or project officer. Okay, so that is the one who collect the data collector, we say that. So option 4, it's not the relevant answer. So 1, 2, 3 seems to be the correct answer. So I believe A would be the most correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that is the correct. Okay, and the rationale is also mentioned here that this data collection is the responsibility of the program or project officer. Question 104, which skills experience must the head of an organization portfolio office have? Ability to manage portfolio finance, extensive knowledge of knowledge management, experience of knowledge management, credibility to work with middle and senior management, and ability to write job description of the portfolio office. Now here they ask head of an organization portfolio office. That is the key leadership and management role. So who reports to your portfolio directors and all that stuff. So he needs to get the show run day-to-day basis. He reports to project program sponsor. So I believe credibility to work with middle and senior management, that seems to be the most correct, because this is your functional role, finance stuff. External knowledge management is a COE kind of role, and ability to write job description, again, that is a clerical stuff that you can handle to the functional role. But C is the seems to be the most correct answer for 104. Let's see. Yeah, that's the correct answer. That head of P3O must able to develop and maintain the working relationship with senior managers and the PPM teams. Question 105 says, what functional role can also take on an asset management? Now, try to recall the fundamental. Asset management is not just mean to the asset management, but the information management, that which assets allocate to who, what is the status of that particular asset, and all that stuff, active directory maintenance, all that done by your information management role. Change management is not the relevant information, finance is not relevant, resource management. So B is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is that. Information management role may also take an asset management within the role of custodian and guardian of master copies and portfolio information. So that's the correct answer. I hope you enjoy the session. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on our journey of chapter 3, which is design a P3O, and question number 106 to 110 from the foundation level questions. Question 106 says, which statement describe a P3O model with hub and spoke? And if you see the answer, it's a permanent organization level portfolio office linked to a smaller permanent office. So it is like this, that your permanent office hub or your hub portfolio office or a head of portfolio office is connected to the smaller portfolio offices, that again a permanent structure. They are connected in a distributed manner. So which statement describes the P3O model with hub and spoke offices? I think the permanent organization level office linked to a smaller permanent office in a different location. That is seems to be the most correct answer. Let's move to the, yes, that is the right, that head of the P3O model with hub and spoke offices has permanent centralized organization portfolio office connected to a number of smaller decentralized permanent offices. Let's move to the next. Question number 107 says, which office with P3O model needs staff members with investment management and strategic planning skill? So investment management and strategic planning is done at your organization portfolio office, because project office is related to your project stuff, COE is related to training and other stuff, program office is related to that particular program. But here they ask for the investment management strategic planning is always done at the top office, that is organization portfolio office. That is what my understanding. Let's see what the answer. Yes, that is the correct answer, that the skills of and competencies of portfolio office staff with need to include investment management and strategic management. So that's the correct answer. Question number 108 says the strategic planning function of a portfolio office should carry it out by what? Let's evaluate the available option. Option A says reviewing the risk which may affect the multiple program or projects. So that is the portfolio office. Okay. And portfolio office take care of multiple program, projects, and the operations as well. So they says the reviewing the risk which may affect multiple programs and the projects. That seems to be the correct. But let's option evaluate what others are there. Let's option B says developing project staff to manage delivery of individual projects and program. Developing a project staff to manage delivery of individual projects and program, that is the responsibility of your project office, not a portfolio office. Okay, so you can straight away discard that option B. Option C says developing a standard set for reporting templates in the project and program. That is not the responsibility of your portfolio office, that is the responsibility of COE. Okay, so that's not the correct answer. Option D says holding startup workshop to fast track programs and projects. That again the responsibility of your COE, not the responsibility of portfolio office. So I believe A is the most correct answer in the given scenario. What's your opinion? What's take a pose? That is my justification. You can do your own analysis and write your correct answer in the comment section. Let's hear what's the correct answer. Yes, that's the correct answer. Let's move to the next, but before that, it shows the rationale. Management of control risk at the portfolio level is the strategic planning and the portfolio support function. Okay, let's move to the next question. Question number 109 says which role implement procedures to collect data in a consistent format for program they support? Program specialist, quality assurance, program officer, or tools expert? Here the data collection role. Data collection role is the responsibility of program officer. Program specialist is the subject matter experts who provide trainings and all that stuff. Quality assurance role, it's again a quality stuff, but it's not related to the data collection. Tools experts are limited to that particular tools related stuff, not the data collection. So C seems to be the most correct answer. Let's see what would be the right answer. Yes, that is because the program or a project officer role implement a guidance, procedures, and template to collect and maintain consistency of the data, providing hands-on delivery support and a program or a project office. So that's the correct answer. Let's move to the next. 110 says which of the following statement about the distributed models are true? Option A, staff are co-located. Again, it's related to the distribution, so it's not the correct answer. Option 2, team is distributed. So I believe 2 is the correct, 1 is not correct, so only 2 is the correct answer. B seems to be the most correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Only 2 is correct. Staff are being physically co-located, describe a physically co-located model. The team being distributed, describe a distributed model. That's the correct answer. So I hope you enjoy the session. Thank you very much. Hello friends, let's move on to our journey in P3O Foundation Examination, Chapter 3, that is Design of the P3O, and we are solving the question number 111 to 115. So question 1 says, if you can read the question carefully, which describe how P3O successful P3O model should operate. Option A, independently of all function and department in an organization. That is not a correct answer because it's work in sync, it's not work independently. With the line management responsibility for resource embedded from other function. Again, that is not one person's responsibility, it's a collective responsibility, so you can discard that as well. With awareness of other function in an organization and how P3O will work with them. That seems to be the correct one. It's an integrated approach, and that is what P3O means for. Let's move to the next. Which business as usual governance with business as usual governance applied to all change initiative within an organization? That is not a correct answer because business as usual BAU is applied for operation related stuff, not a new change initiative. That is your project and portfolio level stuff. So that's not a correct. So I believe C is the most correct answer according to me. Let's see the answer. Yeah, that is the most correct answer because the head of the P3O needs to understand who is responsible for each of the function performed with an organization and how the P3O will work with them. Let's move to the next question, question number 102, and try to recall, miss, if you wanted to do parallelly, just read the question, take a pause, write your notes and understand which would be the correct answer, and then go further to remove the pause and understand how we can decipher and conclude the answer. So question number 112 says, which of the organization factor has least, this is the kind of red herring, least influence on the choice of the P3O model. So sometimes it is a psychometric test. You know the correct answer, but you are not able to figure it out this kind of keywords because you are under the pressure, time, and all that stuff. So if the more you practice, the more clarity, and that's why they clearly mention this in capital words. So you still have a chance to read it correctly. So read it properly. So which number of size? Option A says number of size and duration of the project. That is the significant factor that influence the choice of the P3O model. Centralized versus decentralized, again, that is the core of things that we need to factor which P3O model to be work on. Approach to organization governance arrangement, that again the right function, and approach to a service management. So I believe D seems to be the most correct because above the one A, B, C are impacting significantly, but point D, approach to a service management, that can be managed, not that critical for deciding factor for which P3O model to go with. So let's understand the answer. Yes, that is the correct. Approach to the service management is not factor that influence the chosen model. Although the service management terms are key stakeholder that should be engaged during the operation. So it is the factor that impacting, but it's a least impacting out of the above three. So that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next. Which describe the treatment of information comply with CIA triad, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the information assurance. So confidentiality means you are not sharing the data to each and everyone. It is to be shared to the one who authorized to have it. Integrity means your data should not be manipulated throughout the hierarchy, chain of command, the project manager to program manager to portfolio. It should be one version of the truth should be go. And availability means data should be available real time to the right level, the one who asked for. So let's see. Option A says ability to those who have authority to see it. That is the correct answer. Let's move to the next. Check by the P3O at project completion. Check by the P3O at project completion. It's not the correct. It is not necessary to check at the completion of the project. You have to thoroughly review during the project phase as well. So that's why it's technically not correct. Change on the authority of the head of the P3O. Change on the authority of the head of the P3O. So it's not necessary. The authority should be delegated throughout the value chain. So it's not necessary that head of the P3O is the only authority to change that. So again, that is not a technically correct. Ability of anyone who requests it. So that is again not the correct because the ability principle says the authorized one only assess that, not each and everyone. So I believe A is the most correct answer in this CI, right? Yeah, that is the correct. To ensure the correct availability of information, it should be accessible to those with need of authority. So right data or information available to the right stakeholder at the right time. That is the crux of it. Question number 114 says, which of the underlying success factor of a virtual P3O model? Virtual P3O model, let's see, virtual P3O required maturity level 3 and above. Okay, so predictability of the project program delivery is increased. Underlying success factor, it's an outcome, not a success factor. PPM standard owned by a senior PPM professional, yes, that is the leadership and ownership of the thing. So B seems to be the correct one. A minimum P3O level maturity is 3 required. So that is not the correct answer. You can uh, separate it out. Local variance to standard to emerge. That is again not the right things to happen, because it should be standardized from center to distributed. It should be everyone should have a single version of the truth. So it's not that templates and standards are compromised at each level. So I believe B is the most correct answer in the given scenario. Yeah, that is the true. That underlying success factor of a virtual P3O model is a single point of ownership by the PPM professional, head of professional for a PPM for portfolio program and project standard. That is the correct answer. Question number 115 says, which one of the functional area with a P3O model? COE is a functional area. So there are strategy support function, delivery support function, and COE. These are the 3 functional area. So out of these, they mentioned COE service is again, this is the model hub and for flexible resource pool. So these 2 are model. This is the delivery function of the delivery support area. So A seems to be the most correct answer here. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, friends, so we are solving the foundation level question of chapter 3 of design of the P3O. Let's move on. Question number 116 says, which is typical services offered part of delivery support function? So there are 3 functions: strategy support function, delivery support function, and COE. Is a part of delivery support function. So provide independent assurance to the project delivery. It's a COE function. Okay. Deploying experienced project manager to manage the project delivery. That is a delivery support function. Okay, so that seems to C says support decision making through a management dashboard. That is a strategy support function. Develop consistent working practice of PPM staff. It's a COE function. So I believe B is the most correct answer in the given scenario. Let's see. Yeah, that's the correct answer. The delivery support function may include a pool of resource professional project managers deploy a temporary to specific project to manage their delivery. Question 117 says, what service does the temporary office level office model provide a program? Okay, what service does a temporary office model provide to a program? Option A says setting the standards for programs to follow. Option B, assisting program manager in collecting data. Option C, providing flexible resource pool of program staff. And option D, supporting prioritizing program within the portfolio. What service does the temporary office model provide to a program? Temporary office model to a program is a program office. Okay, so program office setting a standard for programs to follow. It is a COE function, not a program office function. So that is not the correct answer. B, assisting program managers in collecting data. Yes, that may be a program office staff. So you can consider that may be correct. C, providing flexible resource pool for a program is a delivery support function and provided by your hub or a portfolio office. So that is not the correct answer. Option D says supporting prioritization program within the portfolio is a portfolio office, head portfolio office staff, and it's a strategy support function. So I believe B is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct. So program officers should collect the data in consistent format as a part of program office. Reference A when a new program is launched, it may be required to own its temporary program office. So that is the correct answer. Question 118 says, which does not describe the service delivery by the appropriate office within the P3O. So it's a red herring, not service delivered by the appropriate office within the P3O. Option A says portfolio office should facilitate the optimization of business change initiative. Okay. Option B, portfolio office should be compatible with business as usual governance structure. Option C, program office should assist in delivery program consistently and well. Option D, project office should compare with consistency. So now again read here the keywords portfolio office. Portfolio office is responsible for optimized business change. Okay, that's correct answer. Second, program of again portfolio office should compatible with business as usual governance structure. Yes, that's the governance fundamental. Program office should assist in delivering program consistently well. That's the correct answer. Project office should compare the consistency. So that is not the correct project. It's not the duty of the project office. It's the duty of your portfolio office. Okay, the higher stuff. So portfolio office, or it can be passed on to sometimes program office as well, or a COE to do the comparison and consistent, but it's certainly not done by the project office. So that's the correct answer, that portfolio office and COE, not project office, should support the consistent delivery change across the organization. A COE may also provide the independent assurance to ensure the consistency. So BD is the correct answer because the question asks not. Okay, let's move to the question 119. What should P3O defines in order to align its governance with a wider organization? Rules for escalating information, corporate governance, information assurance, non-people functions. I believe A is the most correct answer to set the delegate the authority. So managed by stages and managed by exception. So that principle, it's aligned with this. So A seems to be the most correct answer. Yeah, rules for routes to escalation and escalating the information needs to be agreed and defined in order to establish relationship with existing decision making bodies. Question 120 says, what type of role a project officer? So there are three types of role. One would be the management role. There are three roles in that. Second would be a generic role. Again, there are three roles in that. And third would be the functional role as per the P3O standard. There are 15 roles. So total 21 roles defined. Out of this project officer, it's a generic role. Okay. So as per that standard taxonomy, yeah, that's the correct answer. Okay, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed this session. Keep on learning and exercising this as many questions as that is the way to pass the examination in the shortest way. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome friends. As you know that we are solving questions for foundation for the P3O examination, that to specifically chapter 3, that is design of the P3O. So without wasting the time, let's jump in to the questions. So question number 121, if you read, which P3O model includes the permanent decentralized offices with a temporary program office as required? So again, permanent decentralized office, that the structure what I told you, the permanent portfolio office and the small decentralized office, and as and when temporary offices that can be part of this kind of structure you may see. So model with the hub and spoke, that seems to the correct function. Delivery support is a function, it's not a structure, so you can remove that. Model with virtual P3O, that is true, but it is not kind of decentralized and specifically with temporary offices. So you can discard this. Model with organization portfolio, again that is a centralized structure. So I believe A is the most correct answer. Yes, that is because the P3O model with hub and spoke has a permanent office with a permanent decentralized office which act as a hub portfolio office to a temporary program. Let's move to the question number 122, which is a strategic planning support function of portfolio support function. Option A, provision of resources pool for delivery of a program or project, that is a delivery support function, not a strategy support function. Okay, option B, so you can remove option A. Option B, develop a standard methods and processes, is a COE, Center of Excellence function, not a strategy support function. You can remove that. Development of staff for a program and project startup, again that is a COE function. Provision of support for escalate risk support decision making, it's again part of strategy support function. So strategy support function, they ask here strategy planning support function, so D seems to be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is. And the reason, the provision for the support for decision making may include escalate risk, issue changes, or information. This is the portfolio support and strategy support function. So that is the most correct answer. Let's move to the next. Question number 123 says, which is described as an organization that typically adopts a virtual P3O model successfully. So virtual P3O models require your PPM maturity level 3 and above. So has a high level P3O maturity, level 3 and above, that is correct, though they had not specifically mentioned the numeric number, but high is considered to be the correctness for here. Option B has low level PPM maturity, you can discard that. Decision making is centralized, again you can discard because the virtual P3O, the basic, they are decentralized, so they are not centralized, they are decentralized, so you can discard that as well. And physical office supporting decision making, that again virtually is not a physical, so that is again not the correct answer. So A seems to be the most correct answer here. Yeah, that is the most correct. And the rationale, the virtual P3O model generally exists in an organization with high level PPM maturity where consistent standards are embedded. Question number 124, what office is a part of centralized P3O model that can be used in size of the organization? Hub, virtual, organization, or a temporary? So what office is a part of centralized P3O model that can be used in any size of organization? So I believe organization portfolio office, that means that is the correct answer because it's a centralized. So virtual is not a centralized, hub and spoke again not a centralized, temporary is not fitment for each and every organization. So C is the most correct answer. Yes, that is. An organization office model is centralized model that can occur at any size of the organization. So that's the justification and it seems to be correct. Question 125, the strategic planning function of a P3O office cover strategies, program, tool, again it's a COE function, providing tools and techniques, developing consistent work practices, again it's a COE function, facilitate program workshops, COE function, reporting through a management dashboard, that is a strategy support function. You help to take a right decision making. So above A to C is the COE function, so D is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is. The strategy planning portfolio function, rest, option B, C, D are the COE function, that is the justification. Hope you had enjoyed this session. Thank you very much for joining and keep on learning. Thank you very much. Okay friends, welcome back. We are solving foundation level questions for P3O examination, that to chapter 3, that is P3O designing model. Let's jump to the question number 126, and it says, which role has authority to champion a P3O model? Option A, head of program office, option B, head of P3O, option C, portfolio analyst, and option D, P3O sponsor. So it's a authority, and to champion the P3O, that is the one who bring the investment for the P3O, the one who lead the P3O. So that is the correct answer. Again, he is not managing day-to-day show. Day-to-day show is managed by B, but champion is always a P3O leader who bring the investment. So D seems to be the correct answer. Yes, P3O sponsored, direct, and champion the establishment and evolving operations of the P3O model. So that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next question. 127 says, which role should be a final point of escalation for a P3O which support all changes in the organization? Option A, main board director, option B, portfolio analyst, option C, finance and head of the P3O. So portfolio analyst and finance is this is a generic role and this is a functional role. Head of P3O, that is a management role, but here the final point of escalation, it's A seems to be the most correct answer, main board director. So again, A seems to be the most correct answer. Yes, that because main board director should be the final point of escalation for a P3O which supports all change in an organization. Let's move to the next question. That question number 128, which role provide consultancy and advice to the project manager across the organization? A, portfolio officer, that is the data collector. Basically, they are not providing consultancy. B, portfolio analysts, that they are the analyzing project specialists, they are the subject matter experts providing training and consultancy. And D, P3O sponsor, they are the one who bring the investment, so which provide the consultancy and advice to the project manager across the organization. So C is the most correct answer. The project specialists provide the consultancy. Yeah, that is because the program and project specialists provide proactive knowledge management role, promotion program and project management methods, and provide consultancy services to the program and project manager to provide the project board. So C is the correct answer. 129 says, who does the P3O office structure should support by providing practical hands-on help? Who does a P3O office structure should support by providing practical hands-on help? So A, customer or user community, that's not the correct. Program or project manager, that seems to be the correct. Suppliers, again not the correct. Senior manager, again not to be correct. In the given context, B is the most correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that is the most correct answer, that who provide the managers, program or project manager provides practical hand-on to help. So that is the correct answer. Let's move. Question number 130, which of the following roles helps to develop the portfolio, program and project dependency log? Option, again, that is the functional role. So planning and estimating, that may be the correct answer. B, change role, it's not related to dependency log. Issue managers, management is again issue related stuff. Information is inventory and asset management role. So A seems to be the most correct answer here to create a dependency log. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Planning and estimating rule facilitate development of maintenance plans plus dependency log. So that is the most correct answer. So maybe you think that we are going too fast, but again, that is the rhythm. We just need to make it in the examination point of view. You have to attempt almost 75 questions within the 60 minutes. So you can't give more than 1 minute to one question, but for your understanding, you can take a pause, read the question, jump to the answer, and then again pause back and read and go through us. So now I believe you get that kind of learning curve that you can do it fast. Okay, hope you enjoy the session. Thank you very much for attending this. Hello friends, welcome back. As you know that we are solving foundation level question, and disclaimer that you can go through your flow. We are going bit fast because we are in chapter 3. So if you think that you need your own pace to do it, you can pause the video, take a notes, give your answer, and then go with the flow. Okay, so let's move to the next question. That is question number 131, who is responsible for developing a portfolio dependency register? Option A, program specialist. Option B, reporting. Option C, portfolio analyst. And option D, tool experts. So dependency register is the portfolio analyst's responsibility because he do analysis which projects are depend on what and what not. So that seems to be the correct answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. The portfolio analyst facilitate developing and ongoing management of optimized portfolio dashboard and maintaining the management dashboard. And other things, specialist is training function, reporting is data collection, tools experts is responsible for that particular tool. So C is the most correct answer. Let's move to the next question. Question number 132, which functional area consider risk against the ability to achieve planned outcome for a specific business change of the organization? So that is a delivery stuff. So strategy, planning and portfolio support, option A. B, project, option C, COE, and option D, delivery support function. So again, this is a organization level change, so your project is not the correct answer, and this is related to considering risk against the ability to achieve plan it. So it's not a training function, so COE can be removed, and strategy planning and delivery both are seems to be the correct answer, but out of this here delivery related stuff that against outcomes how we can achieve, so D is the most correct answer. Yeah, that delivery support make central flexible resource pool of delivery staff with the capacity planning and HR process. Pool may be permanent or contract, may be program or project support people deployed to specific project program as they start. Maybe internal project program consultant deploy on fast track staff, maybe depend through a life cycle providing input exercise example planning and workshop facilitation, and include team of professional project program managers in large organization may be deployed through a local hub offices. So out of all this, it's just delivery support. What are the things can be doable that they had mentioned, but D seems the correct answer. Question number 133 says, which model has a permanent decentralized office structure with a temporary program office? So again, hub and spoke kind of thing, the permanent office, and they are connected decentrally and they are connected to temporary office. So P3O with hub office seems to be the most correct answer. Okay, yeah, that is the correct answer. P3O with hub office model, permanent decentralized office, temporary program office. So now most of the questions are coming that you can easily jump to the conclusion if you practice it very well. So question number 134, following of the generic roles. So there are three type of role: management role, there are three roles in it; generic role, there are three roles in; and the functional role, there are 15 roles. So total 21. So management role is your portfolio sponsor, portfolio program head of the portfolio program office, or head of the program or project office. Your generic role, portfolio analyst, portfolio specialist, program or project officer, and 15 are role there. So portfolio analyst, program specialist, and program and project officer, all three are your generic role. Head of P3O is your management role. So 1, 2, 3 is the correct answer. So D seems to be the most correct here. Yeah, that is okay, and the rationale is also given. Question number 135, which should be defined in order to align the P3O governance services. Here just keyword is governance service with the wider organization prospect. Option A, where embedded resources should report. Option B, why information security management is needed. Option C, where which role is authorized to make what decision. So that is related to the governance. So I believe C is the most correct answer. Which role carries the secretarial function? Again, that's not the correct answer. So believe C is the most correct because it's related to governance service. Yeah, roles and responsibilities should be clearly defined in order to align with the P3O governance service. So that is the correct answer. So hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you very much. Keep on learning and keep on practicing the questions. Okay, friends, let's continue our journey of foundation level question and answers specifically related to chapter 3, that is how to design a P3O model. Let's jump to question number 136, which says, which skills and competencies are needed by the person working within the P3O. Now, generally, there are three types of the skills and competencies required. One would be the management level, second would be your generic skill, and third would be your functional skill. So out of that, some require a good PPM skill, that is your management, and others need to be generic support function. So I believe that seems to be correct. All require good PPM skill. That is not right because there are three type of the things. So it's not the correct answer. All require functional competencies. That's again not the right thing. All require generic personal skills such as coaching, mentoring. That's again not the right thing. So you need three combination of all three. So I believe A is the most correct answer here. Yeah, that is. Question number 136, which describe the embedded resource to deliver the finance function assigned to a temporary program office. Option A, they are permanent assigned to the program or project office. So that is not correct because a permanent program and project is a temporary office. Line management responsibility for them to sit with the program office. Again, that's not the line management responsibility. You can discard A and B. Option, they use the standard created by a temporary office. So temporary office is not creating the standard. It's a COE who creates the standard. So again, you can discard that. Process that they will follow are controlled by the finance department. Again, that is seems to be the correct, because that is an embedded function. Embedded function, it's P3O study all the different function and try to understand the requirement and try to embed it to match the department or organization requirement. So D seems to be the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, the head of the P3O needs to integrate the P3O model with a wider organization model and the use of embedded resources from the different department like finance, procurement, and commission. So that is the right answer. Question 138 says, which is not an independent assurance service provided by the P3O office to the project? Coordinated gated review, that is an independent assurance services. So here, not, that is you need to read carefully. Facilitate lessons learned, again that is the correct answer, that is the independent assurance services. Facilitate regular health check, that again independent assurance. So all these three are comes under the assurance, independent assurance thing. Just which is not, so the D, provide project support to the project manager, that is a delivery support function. So I believe D is the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Question 139 says, which of the following describe the service that COE typically provides when a temporary program office is defined? Supply standard process tools and templates. Okay, that seems to be correct. Provide advice on tailoring process to meet the standard program being supported. Again, that's correct. Act as a source of lessons learned. Again, all that are a COE function. Define the information flow that required to program board. Again, that is a program office job. Okay, so program office needs to manage the flow between the program board and the program manager. So that is not the correct answer. That is not meant by this COE. So 1, 2, 3 is the correct answer. So D seems to be the correct one. Yeah, COEs provide the services. Okay, but program level stuff, it's divided by the program office. Question number 140 says, which is not a factor that affect the design of the P3O model. Now let's see whether the framework agreement exists with external PPM consultancy company. Okay, that is not that significant. That is legally binding, but it's not necessary that affect the design of the P3O model in a technicality point of view. B, the number of district geographical division, yeah, that is affecting. C, existing level of maturity, that affecting the design of the P3O model. And D, whether the local central investment decision drive the business, yes, that also affecting. But A is not that significantly affected, but is because it is the agreement between the external consultancy and you, so that is legally binding things, but it's not affect the design, because designing is multiple parameters. That is just a terminology or a legal document, but it's not affect the design. So A is the correct answer. Yeah. So A says that whether the framework agreement exists with an external PPM consultancy company is not a factor that affect the designing model. So that's the correct answer. Hope you enjoy the session. Thank you very much. Okay, friends, now let's jump to question number 141 to 145 from chapter 3, foundation level. Question 141, let's discuss in detail first. Head of the program office is responsible for what activity? So your option A, B, C, D is mentioned, and D is the correct answer. Define program governance framework to meet the need of the program and business head. That is the responsibility of your program office. And above, like develop business case, is the responsibility of your portfolio office. Assist overall integrity coherence program and portfolio office, again head portfolio. Did collaborative learning forum, that is the COE responsibility. This is your COE responsibility, that is your hub or head portfolio office responsibility. So program office responsibility related to that particular program governance. So D is the correct answer in this case. Question number 142 says, which is delivery support function offered by the P3O? Provide project support resource to the project, that is a delivery support function. reporting on progress through a management dashboard, that is strategy support function. Provision of independent assurance of a program, that is a COE function. Alignment of change initiative to the strategy, that is strategy support function. So this is your delivery support function. Option A seems to be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is the basically three type of function: delivery support function, COE, and strategy support function. So A is the delivery support function. 143, which is a COE function or a service offered within the P3O? Capacity planning of PPM resources, again that is seems to be a delivery support function, not a strategy COE function. Support program through internal consistency, yes, that is a COE function. Support escalated risk, that is your strategy support function. Managing risk register on behalf of the project, that is a program or a project office job, not a COE job. So and that's come into delivery support function. So I believe B is the most correct answer. Yeah, that COE define the process, templates, and tools, skills, and training, manage the knowledge, and many provide independent assurance as well. Question number 144 says, which is following are the key responsibility of the portfolio analyst role? That is a generic role, and they balance the portfolio in terms of strategic change against the business as usual. Okay, that is the correct one. Make a recommendation on appropriate program project balance, that again the correct answer. Third says provide fast track program mobilization support service, that is not the job of the portfolio, that is you can take care at a program or project office level, not at the head office level. Highlight the problems related to the project interdependency, yes, that is the analyst role. So 1, 2, and 4 is the correct answer. So A seems to be the correct answer. Yes, that is. So providing fast track program mobilization support service, it's a responsibility of head of program office or a program manager of relevant program, not the head office. Which is a characteristic of temporary office model? Provide support on ongoing portfolio. Okay. B defines the generic standard to be applied across the portfolio. C result of typically low PPM maturity. Okay. Consist of hub portfolio office. Consist of hub portfolio office is technically not correct, because temporary office model, hub portfolio temporary office is a part of hub portfolio office, not a vice versa. Define generic standards, that is again a COE function, not your temporary office function. Provides support ongoing portfolio. Portfolio is a permanent office and they are temporary office, so it's again not the correct. Result of typically from low PPM maturity, that may be possible because sometimes the portfolio office, hub portfolio office, COE have a very high maturity, but at the program or project office there is possibility that people are not having that maturity level or standard level. So C seems to be the correct answer. Okay, yeah, that is the low PPM maturity is one of the characteristics of the temporary office. Again, that is not a universal truth. Sometimes it may possible that a project or program level temporary office have a good resource who have knowledge, but in generic sense, out of A to D, C is the most correct answer. Rest are technically not correct. So C is the correct answer. Thank you very much for attendance and keep on learning. Okay, friends, let's move on to our journey of P3O Foundation question and answer. And we are solving question of chapter 3, that is design of the P3O. So question number 146 says, which function area within the P3O model for the organization? Which functional area? So there are generally 3 functional areas. One would be your strategy support function. Second would be your delivery support function. And third would be your COE. So risk management is not a functional area as defined by the P3O program, is again not. Secretary support, again not. Strategy planning and portfolio support, that is the function area. So D is the correct answer. Yeah. So that are the three is what we discussed. Question number 140 says which of an underlying success factor of the P3O model with an organization portfolio of is highly skilled senior experienced staff utilization, that is critical success factor by which you can improve the success ratio of the P3O delivery. Funding model for a P3O approved, again that is not a critical success factor. Challenges to current PPM culture or process provided, again it's not a critical success factor. PPM maturity level 3 and above to achieve, that is a vision statement that you wanted to achieve. But critical success factor, out of this, A is the critical success factor. With using this you can achieve all this 1 2 3. Okay, so A is the correct answer. Highly skilled senior experienced staff utilize one of the underlying critical success factor for to achieve the success of the P3O. Question 140 says which does not describe how services provided by the virtual P3O model. Not. Okay, so first you need to understand how virtual P3O operate. How virtual operate in a distributed architecture, decentralized decision making happen. Okay, so this is a virtual. Resources are in a single P3O office with a central corporate function. That's not the P3O how it's operate. Resources are embedded consistent standard, that may be possible. Professional staff are embedded within the business team, that also possible. Staff work across the organization without physical structure to support them. That's a definition of virtual, so that's the correct answer. But A is not a correct. Resources are in a single P3O office with a central corporate function, so that is a centralized way of working. So that is they all work in a central location. That is not the correct how virtual P3O office works. So A seems to be the correct answer. Yeah, that is. Resources are in single P3O office with a central corporate function is an example of permanent centralized portfolio office, not a virtual office. So that's a clear. Question number 149, which describe a feature of co-located rather than distributed model. Corporate components of the standards will have a separate owner. Okay. Team cohesion is achieved by staff working together as a permanent office. Communicate via central information portal. Collaborate working practices. And D, final functional experts provide services from within teams across the organization. So they ask co-located rather than distributed. So B, team's cohesion is achieved by staff working together in a permanent office working together. It's a centralized one. So B is the correct answer. Rest is a distributed function. So question number 150 says, why should staff delivering non-PPM function with a P3O model be treated as a distinct administrative resources? Okay, what kind of non-PPM function they need to understand first. Non-PPM function like book your travel, logistic, and all that stuff, secretariat stuff, all are non-PPM function. But why we are doing that? To reduce the administrative workload and to provide that in a very comprehensive fashion. Now, if we are not treating this non-PPM function as a separate distinct administrative resources, that create a demotivation within the P3O staff who are subject matter expert that they are doing administrative stuff. To avoid that, there should be a separate team, but yes, as a part of PPM function, you are non-PPM function you are offering with the P3O model. So option A, provide a non-PPM function with a logical home. That's not the correct answer. Meet business efficiency needs. That again not the exact correct. Deliver secretariat service to management board. It's not that correct. Avoid discouraging people from choosing the career with a P3O model. That is the most correct answer, because if you're positioning them that in the P3O we are doing this kind of secretariat and very low level task, then they create an impression to avoid someone, specifically young freshers, to join the P3O. So we have to have a separate distinction between the administrative staff who are doing non-PPM function like secretariat, booking, logistic, and all that stuff, and the subject matter expert who do management role, generic role, and the functional role. So with that, D is the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that's the correct answer. To motivate people who is doing non-PPM function to choose a career with the P3O. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining. Okay, friends, welcome. We are discussing the P3O question specifically for the foundation and chapter 3. Let's move on to the next question. So question number 151 says, what role provides facilitated workshop to promote a consistent project management practices? Option A, project specialist. Option B, project officer. Option C, head of the project office, or option D, secretariat and administrator. Now this particular question is related to your three type of the role. So functional role, generic role, and the management role. This particular is related to the facilitated workshop, that is a generic role that I believe the project specialist are the responsible for that. So let's see what will be the answer. Yes, it is the correct answer. The project specialist role facilitate workshop to promote consistent project management practices. Question number 152 says, which is an underlying success factor for of a P3O model, which the hub portfolio office that enable appropriate localized application of standard. Now this particular question is deal with how this hub portfolio office can be successful. Now if you remember, hub portfolio office, it's created to that specific demographic localized area or specific vertical. So let's see what are the options available. Option A says following clearly defined business strategy. Option B, review the blueprint regularly. Option C, regular resource capacity and local at a local level. And option D, tailoring to the core standard to meet the local needs. And that is absolutely the function of the hub portfolio office. So hub portfolio office of Asia Pacific may require to tailor the requirement with respect to that regulatory compliance of that particular region or that particular country for that matter. So I believe D is the most correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that is the correct answer. The trailing core standard to meet the local need is an underlying success factor of P3O model with hub portfolio office that enables appropriate localized application of standard. Let's move to the next question. Question number 153 says, which is not a strategic planning or portfolio support function? Okay, option A, prioritized program. Now here read the question carefully. It's a not strategic function. So there are three functions, if you recall it very well: strategic function, delivery support function, and COE, Center of Excellence. Now prioritization is related to your strategy support function. Providing flexible resource pool, it's your delivery support function. Align programs with strategy objective, it's again a strategy support function. Providing oversight, scrutiny, and challenges, again a strategy support function. So B is the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. Providing single flexible resource pool is delivery support function, not a strategic planning or portfolio. Let's move to the question number 154, which is not a functional role. Now there are three different type of role, as I mentioned earlier. First role is your management role. Second role is your generic role. And third is your functional role. So there are 3 management role, 3 generic role, and 15 functional role. So here information management is a functional role. Now they are asked which is not a functional role. So your project officer is not a functional role, it's a generic role. Benefit and value is a functional role, planning is a functional role. So B is the correct answer. Yeah, it is. Let's move to the question number 155, which is underlying success factor of a virtual P3O model. Option A, good head of hub portfolio office are available. Current culture approaches are challenged. Standard continue to be developed, monitoring external best practices, and P3O costs are overseen as unnecessary overhead. Now, virtual P3O to be successful, I believe C is the most correct answer, where standards are continuously evolved and developed to meet the external best practices. So C is the most correct answer. Yeah, standards continue to develop by monitoring external best practices is one of the underlying success factor for what P3O model. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are discussing the foundation level question, and that too specifically with chapter 3. So let's discuss question number 156 says, which is the delivery support function? Option A, train coach PPM function. So there are three functions as I earlier told you: strategy support function, delivery support function, and center of excellence. So train the coach and staff is the central of COE function, not a strategy delivery support function. Report portfolio performance through a management dashboard, that strategy support function. Develop standard process to provide business case is again a center of excellence, COE function, center of excellence function. Provide flexible resource pool, that is the delivery support function. Okay, let's see the answer. Yes, that is the correct answer. Providing flexible resource pool is an example of delivery support function. Question number 157 says, which is an underlying success factor for temporary offices model? P3M3 maturity level 3 and above. Program and projects develop their own templates. Consistent PPM training through approved training providers. And option D, projects and program culture does not exist. So I believe this particular temporary offices, it's a remote project and program offices, and for that you can't expect a maturity level 3 and above, so you can discard this. Projects and program develop their own templates, you cannot allow them to do. To maintain the consistency, they can tailor the things, but they can't use their own templates, so you can avoid that. Program and projects culture does not exist, that again not the right things to do. So I believe C is the most correct answer, where consistent PPM training through approved training providers, so that you can manage the consistency of the delivery. So that's the correct answer. Consistent PPM training through approved training providers is one of the underlying success factor for our temporary P3O model. Question number 158 says, which is a purpose of consultancy and performance management role? Create, maintain, and distribute good practices. That might be one of the reasons. Provide benefit realization support. Again, that is not exactly the requirement, purpose of the consultancy and performance management role. Assist with budget control. That is the budget role, not a performance or consultancy role. Identify, monitors, and resolve the issue. That is an issue role. So I believe A is the most correct answer in this. Yeah, that create, maintain, and distribute the good practices is the purpose of consultancy and performance management role. Question number 159 says, which factor will not influence the size of the P3O model? So read carefully. It's a negative, not kind of question. So option A says number and type function it will deliver. Okay. B, training requirement for its members of to staff. Size of the program project it will support. Budget of program project it will support. So I believe out of all four options, B is not correct, because it's not that significant. So training requirement for its member and staff, that can be figured out later on, but your size can influence, your number of type of functions will influence. So I believe B is the most correct answer. Yeah, that's the correct answer, that training requirement for its member and not influence the size of the P3O model. So I hope you enjoyed this session. Now let's focus on the last question, question number 160, which is the purpose of the head of the P3O model? Provide consultancy services to program and project manager. Okay, that may be the purpose. No, it's not. Providing consultancy services is the responsibility of your center of excellence team, and specifically your program specialist or project specialist. So you can discard this. Ensure the organization carries out the role of informed customer, that again not the responsibility of head of the P3O model. Ensure alignment with wider policy and strategic initiative. Yes, you can consider that, but that head of a P3O can assign to someone else. And facilitate, develop, and optimize optimize the portfolio, that can also be done. So I believe C, ensure the alignment with wider policy and strategic initiative, that would be the correct answer. Yeah, that is the correct answer. That is the role of head of the P3O. Okay, thank you. Let's keep on learning and keep on following you. It is just for your understanding. You just needs to go through the question and answer, that will create your confidence level and you are able to crack the examination in the first go. Thank you. So we are solving foundation level question, that to specific chapter 3. Let's move to the question and answer. Question number 161 says, whom should the staff working in a temporary office, program office needs to report. Now, temporary office staff needs to report to the temporary office. So head of the P3O is a permanent office staff. Main board director is again not reports to, and that are report by the your head of the P3O. And corporate service director function is report by COE. Head of program and program managers and head of program is a temporary office. So I believe D is the most correct answer here. Yeah, that's the correct answer. So the staff working in the temporary office needs to report the program manager. Question number 162 says, why is the same function carried out with a different focus by different offices within the P3O model? So at a project level, program level, so program level office, portfolio level office, hub portfolio office, COE are having a different function based on the, because they have to provide the decision support to different entity. So I believe A says that provides appropriate decision support to customer of each office. That is the correct answer. But then also we have to go through the available option to find out the most correct answer. So option B says provide support by ongoing prioritization of the change initiative. Yeah, that may be possible. Provide, understand the capability to deliver the program being supported. That's not exactly the thing. And option D, consider the risk from the strategic viewpoint. So I believe A is the most correct answer in this given option. Yeah, that is to provide appropriate decision support to the customer of each function carried out by the different focus by different office within the P3O model. Now question number 163 says, which non-PPM function is often provided by the P3O model in the interest of the business efficiency? So that is a secretariat task that provide. Let's evaluate the available option. Option A, challenge the project data. B, scrutinize the impact of the project delivery on a business as well, escalating the risk and issues, and providing secretariat services to the management dashboard. That is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is providing secretariat service to a management board is non-PPM function often provided by the P3O in the interest of the business efficiency. Question number 164 says, which is a functional area within the P3O model? So there are three functional areas. One, strategy support function. Second, delivery support function. And third, COE, Center of Excellence. So here COE function or service is the functional area. Rest virtual profile is not a functional area. It is a model. A hub portfolio office connected by is again a model or a structure. We can say flexible resource pool is the functional area of delivery support function. That is the services offered by the delivery support function. So I believe A is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is COE function is the function area within the P3O model. Question number 165 says, which is the responsibility of the P3O sponsor role? Ensure portfolio deliver the required strategy, recruit the portfolio office staff, secure the investment required to set up the P3O, and recommended appropriate mix of program. So I believe C is the most correct answer in this given set of options. Yeah, that is the most correct answer, that secure the investment required to set up the P3O, responsibility of the P3O model. I hope you had enjoyed this session and try to keep on learning. Just try to attain this, so in the examination it will you are able to reconnect the dots and able to find out the correct answer in the available option. And it may seem that sometimes it's very boring to do practice, but trust me, the more you practice, the less you bleed in the war. Okay, thank you. Hello friends, let's solve more questions. I know sometimes it really boring to continue your practice and solve the more questions, but trust me, the more you practice, the more muscle you are building, it will be very easy for you to face and crack the examination. So just keep on practicing, and I just request you, just go through the entire video. You will get more understanding on different type of question and how we can solve that. So let's focus on the question number 166. Which role should be the final point of escalation for a P3O which support all changes in an organization? Portfolio analyst, no, because it's not the final point. Finance, no. Head of the P3O, maybe the final point, maybe, and main board director. So which role should be the final point of escalation for a P3O? So I believe C and D are most correct, but for the examination point of view, C would be the correct, but D, main board director, is the correct answer. So that is the correct, because main board director is an organization board which final point of escalation for a P3O support all change. So I'm get confused between these two, but yes, from final apex body is the main board director. That is the correct answer. Question number 167 says, which is not typically factor that may affect the design of the P3O model. Organization maturity, that certainly affects. Geographical division, that again affects. Size of the organization also affect. Current challenges in the current culture, that again affect, but it's not that significantly. So not a typical factor that affect the design of the P3O. So all are correct, but most correct would be the D, because it's very less significantly affect the design. So that is the correct answer. Challenges to the current is not a typical factor that affect the design of the P3O model. Question number 168 says, whose requirement must be met by the reporting of the P3O model? External stakeholders, senior management board, component of office within the P3O, head of the P3O model. So I believe B is the most correct answer. Concerning governing point of view, the requirement should also be met. So senior management board is the business governance structure whose requirement must be met by the reporting of the P3O. Question number 169 says, which is describe the skills and the competencies needed by the P3O role within the P3O. All require functional competencies such as finance, not necessarily. All require generic personal skills such as coaching and mentoring, not required for all. There are certain areas like COE that require that skills. Some require PPM skills, which others need a generic business skills. Again, both are required. So C is the most. All require good PPM skills. Again, not necessary. So out of 4 options, C is the most correct answer. Yeah. Some require good PPM skills, other need more generic business skills, and other competencies needed by the P3O model. Question number 170 says, which does not describe how services are provided with the virtual P3O model. Option A says resources are in a single P3O office with a central corporation function. That can be possible. Resources use embedded consistent standards. Staff work across organization without physical structure to support them. Professional staff are embedded within the business team, which does not describe how services are provided with virtual P3O. Now, virtual P3O is again a distributed architecture, and they are virtually connected with each other, and they are more mature. So staff across the organization without physical structure to the support them. Resources in a single P3O office with a central corporate function. So that is not a virtual P3O. That is a centralized thing. That is the correct answer. Resources are in a single office within a central functions. Describe how services are provided with the virtual P3O model. Okay, thank you. Stay tuned and keep on listening to more question and answer, and let's crack the examination together. Thank you. Hi friends, so without wasting further time, let's directly jump on to solve questions and answer. Question number 171 says, which role provides consultancy advice and guidance to project manager across the organization? Project specialist, project officer, portfolio analyst, and P3O sponsor. So I believe consultancy and advice are provided by the project specialist. That is the generic role. That is the correct answer. Project officer is responsible for data collector, analysis analyst role is responsible for dashboard and other things, and sponsor is responsible for investment. So I believe A is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is the most correct answer. Let's move to the next question. Question number 172 says, which describe embedded resource delivering the finance function assigned to temporary program offices. Option A says they are permanently assigned to program and project office. That is not the correct, because it's a temporary program office role. They use the standard created by the temporary program offices. That is not a correct. temporary offices are not creating standards, they are following the standards or tailored the standard created by your center of excellence. Line management responsibility for them within the program office. Again, that is not all time correct. That is the program officer's responsibility. Processes that will follow are controlled by the finance department. That is very well possible, and that is sync with your embedded resource delivering things. So I believe D is the most correct. Yeah, that is the most correct. Process that will follow are controlled by the finance department, embedded resource temporary programs that resource deliver the finance function assigned to the program office. Question number 173 says, which is a strategy planning and portfolio support function of a P3O model? So there are three functions: strategy support function, delivery support function, and COE. So out of this, supporting program tools use, that is a COE function. Develop consistent working practices, that is again a COE function. Reporting through a management dashboard, that is strategy support function. And facilitate program workshop, that is a facilitating program workshop, that COE function. So C is the strategy support function because it's related to strategy building. So that's the correct answer. So reporting through a management dashboard, that's the correct answer. Question number 174 says, which function area consider risk against the ability to achieve planned outcomes for a specific business change? A, strategy support function, B, project, COE, and delivery support. I believe A is the most correct answer. No, it's a D. Which function area consider risk against the ability to achieve planned outcomes for a specific business change? Yeah, so it's my overreading. So that's what I tried to read the question properly so that you are not able to make the mistakes, because subconsciously you are reading it's the risk related stuff, but they wanted to check risk of achieve planet versus outcome. That is a delivery job, that how we can achieve from planet to actual. So D is the most correct answer. Yeah, delivery support function consider specific business support, consider risk against the ability to achieve planned outcomes for a specific business change. Question number 175 says, which is not a factor that affects the design of the P3O model? Option A, existing level of PPM maturity of the organization, whether the local or central investment decision drive the business case, whether the framework agreement exists with the external PPM consultancy of the company, and option D, the number of distinct geographical division within the organization. So I believe C seems to be the most correct, whether the framework agreement exists within the external PPM consultancy company or not, that not related to your designing. That is the internal matter between the agreement of the company, consultancy company, and your organization, but that doesn't affect the design, because design is how complicated your organization structure, your maturity, your different projects capacity, but this particular function is least concern. So C is most correct answer. That is the correct answer. Whether the framework agreement exists with an external PPM consulting company is not a factor that affect the design of the P3O model for your organization. So that is the correct answer. Hope you enjoyed the session. Stay tuned and keep on learning, exercising. I again wanted to reiterate again and again, the more you practice, the more it will benefit you in the examination. Thank you. Keep on listening, keep on reading the question and answer. Thank you very much. So friends, let's keep on solving more question and answer from the foundation examination. Let's jump to question number 176, which says, which is a factor to consider when sizing a permanent office? Number of people working on a single program, number of templates already produced, estimate of time taken to deliver each services provided by an office, and amount of money being invested in single program. So I believe for a permanent office, that is head of portfolio, C is the most correct, because rest are very low level project and program level stuff. So the most correct answer, yeah. Estimate time to take and deliver each service provided by office needs to be considered when sizing the permanent office. Question number 170 says, which is an underlying success factor for a P3O model with an organization portfolio office? Highly skilled senior experienced staff utilized. That is certainly absolutely the critical factor, but though we just wanted to evaluate what are other options available. Option B, funding model for the P3O approved, funding model for the P3O approved, and option D, PPM maturity of level 3 and above achieved. So I believe A is the most correct answer because this is not so relevant. Funding can be approved later stage as well once you have a team which having a experience and the skilled that can arrange the fund. They can also make that your P3O can have a maturity, but without skilled resources we cannot achieve the rest of the things. So A is correct answer. Yeah, highly skilled senior experienced staff utilized is the underlying success factor for the P3O model with an organizational portfolio office. Question number 178 says, which describe the features of co-located rather than distributed model. Co-located means all teams are working in that particular thing. So communication via central information portal with collaborative working practices is essential. Okay, that can be possible. Functional experts provide services from with teams across the organization. Team cohesion is achieved by staff working together in permanent office, and components of the standards will have separate owners. So I believe C is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is. Question number 179, which is role has the authority to champion the setup of the P3O model? So P3O sponsor, straight away you can jump, you can just scan what are the options available. So P3O sponsor is responsible for bringing the investment and championing of the P3O model. So that is the most correct answer. Yeah. Question number 180, which defines that P3O provides, which defines what P3O provides. Replacement of program and project board, integration with governance, arrangement with other corporate support function, decision making forum for program and project manager, decision enabling model for entire organization. So decision making forum, it is not the, it is a decision enabling support structure that you can straight away, and that to program and project manager you can't not provide. Replacement of the program and project board, that again not the purpose of the P3O. Decision enabling model for the entire organization is not the correct sentence. You can provide for that portfolio level stuff only. So I believe in the given option B is the most correct answer, that integration with governance, arrangement and other corporate support function. That is the most correct answer. Okay, thank you very much for continuing the learning journey with us. Okay, friends, so without wasting much time, let's keep on our journey of solving P3O Foundation question and answer. Let's jump to the question number 181, which is delivery support function offered within the P3O. So option A, reporting a progress through a management dashboard, that is a strategy support function. Providing project support resources for the project, again yes, that is the correct delivery support function. Provide independent assurance for the program, that's strategy support function, and COE as well. Alignment of change initiative to strategy, that is strategy support function. So I believe they are specifically for delivery support function. So in this case, B is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is. Question number 182, which role responsible for developing a portfolio dependency register? Reporting, no, it's not. Portfolio analyst, yes, they are responsible for dependency register between the different projects, program, and providing more insight. So that is the correct answer. Program specialist, that is not responsible because they are responsible for providing and consultancy, training, templates, and all that. Tools expert is responsible for that particular tool. So I believe B is the most correct answer. Yeah. Question number 183, the head of the P3O is responsible for the function ensure alignment with wider policies and strategic initiative, ensure the organization carries out a role of informed customer, facilitate the development of optimized portfolio, provide consultancy services to the program and project manager. Again, out of given option A is the most correct answer. Your consultancy is a COE function, not ahead of the P3O's job. Facilitate development, optimized portfolio, that is again a COE and delivery support function. Ensure the optimized carried with the informed customer, that communication role, but A is the most correct answer, that alignment with wider policy and strategic initiative. Question number 184 says, which is describe the people or skills required for a portfolio office. Skills of portfolio office staff are the same as the role of the COE. No, that is not the correct. There are two different skills that required. Should be resourced with people wanting to move into the project management. No, that's not the right. Project management require a different skill set, not the skill set of the portfolio office. Should be resourced with a large number of administrative staff. Again, that's not the requirement or skill set requirement for a portfolio office. Need enough people who are able to interpret and challenge the data. Yes, that is the need of a people skills or administrative skills or a project management maturity. So that is the correct. And need to enough people are able to interpret and challenge the data. Describe the people skills required for a portfolio office. So that is the correct answer. 185, what is the responsibility of P3O sponsor? Recruit the portfolio office staff members. No, it's not. Secure the investment for the setup of the P3O. Yes, that is the correct answer. Ensure the portfolio deliver the required strategy. No, that again not the responsibility of the sponsor. It is the responsibility of head of the P3O. Okay, recommend appropriate mix of program and projects. That again the responsibility of your portfolio analyst and your head of the P3O, not the responsibility of the sponsor. So and again it's a responsibility of your board of directors after getting the feedback from your head of the P3O. So I believe B is the most correct answer. Yeah, thank you very much for giving your precious time on learning and development. Let's keep on learning journey continue. Thank you very much. Okay, friends, let's directly jump on to the question and answer. Question number 186 says, P3O sponsor is responsible for what activity? For investment required to set up the P3O. So that is the correct answer. But for your understanding, you can read more options like ensure the portfolio delivery required strategy. Not the requirement. It's a responsibility of your head of the P3O. Okay, recruit the portfolio staff. It's not their responsibility. Recommend appropriate mix. Again, it's not the responsibility of the head of the P3O sponsor. So is the correct answer. Which is critical success factor for temporary office model level P3M3 maturity level 3 and above? Not, it's not the temporary function, it's a virtual P3 office success factor. Consider PPM training through approved training providers. Yes, that can be possible. Program projects develop their own templates. That's not technically correct. Program projects culture does not exist. That again not a correct answer. So B is the most correct answer. 188, which is an underlying success factor for virtual P3O model? Good heads of the hub portfolio office are available. Current cultures approach the challenges standard continues to develop by monitoring external best practices, and P3O costs are overseen. So I believe C is the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. The COE covers what function or services? Support PPM tools. Yes, that is COE's job. Support delivery of the specific program. That is not the COE job. That is the delivery support function and the responsibility of that program or a project office. Provide capacity planning. Again, not the function. Align project strategy. That is the strategy support function, and head P3O office is doing this stuff. So I believe A is the most correct answer for the COE. That is, which is an example of delivery support function. Report the portfolio performance through a management dashboard. That is a strategy support function. Train coach train and coach COE staff is a COE function. Develop standard process for producing business case. That is standard process is again a COE function. Provide a flexible resource to, that is a delivery support function. So I believe D is the most correct answer for delivery support function. Okay, thank you very much for attending this and keep on learning. Thank you. Okay, friends, let's jump on directly to the question and answer. Question number 191 says, how should the head of the P3O overcome the barriers of the lack of focus of the full P3O model? Option A, build a vision and the business case. Okay. Option B, develop minimalistic process with tailoring guidelines. That can be possible. Option C, address the culture challenges through a targeted communication. And option D, gain acceptance of component offices delivered in a trenches. Now again, try to understand the question, how you gain the confidence your management or support subordinate are having a restraining things. They don't want it to come up with the change. So how you gain that? So there are support and enabling function. If you can start with that first, and slowly and gradually you can do a restraining or assurance function. So you gain acceptance of the component office delivered in trenches instead of full-fledged implementation. You can go with trenches, gain the confidence, deliver the result, and slowly and phased manner you can implement the full-fledged. So I believe D is the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. Which is an important factor when working in a distributed model. Function role work in the same location, that is not distributed one. Use of sophisticated tools and techniques, that can be possible. Effective communication via informal portal, that again the correct thing can be possible. Staff physically located to ensure cohesion, that's not a distributed one. So B and C is the correct, but most correct I believe C is the most correct in terms of the communication factor. So C is the correct answer. Yeah. Which factor does not affect the design of the P3O model? Challenges to the current culture? Yes, that is correct answer. Organization, PPM, maturity? That is not the correct answer because it's affect the design. They ask which is not affecting. So I believe A is the correct answer. Geography, design, again it's not the correct answer. Size of the organization is not the correct answer. I believe A is the most correct answer because they ask negative way the question. So let's see, yeah, it is the correct answer. 194, which is not a functional role. So there are three roles. There are management role. There are three role in that. Generic role. There are three role, and the functional role. There are 15. Total 21 different roles. So in a management, they ask project officer is from the generic role. This is a functional role. So you can straight away discard. So B is the most correct answer. 195. Where should organization portfolio office ultimately report to? Corporate service function, it's a COE, program manager for program board, head P3O. So that is not the correct. Main board director is the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, it is the correct answer. Hope you had enjoyed this session. Keep on learning. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Question number 196. Which is not a strategy planning or portfolio support function of the P3O? So providing single flexible resource pool, it's a delivery support function. It's not a strategy support function. So that is the correct answer. Prioritizing program, aligning program, providing oversight. This all are strategy support function. So A is the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. Question number 197. What is the reason behind carried out the same function with a different focus by different offices with a P3O model? To provide support by ongoing prioritization? No, it's not. To understand the capability to deliver by the program being supported? Okay, not exactly. To consider risk from strategic viewpoint? Not exactly. To provide appropriate decision support to a customer for each office? That is the most correct answer. Question number 192. Promote consistent project management practices. Who will provide facilitation workshop? Project specialist provide the facilitation because it's the subject matter experts. So that is the correct answer. Remaining are not the correct one because it's administrative staff, project specialist. Again, here both are the correct, C and A, but A is the most correct answer. Question number 199. Who should provide the resourcing of the program office while it's running? Head of the P3O? No, it's not. P3O sponsor and portfolio analyst? No. Head of the program office or program manager or relevant for the relevant program? Yes, that is the correct answer. That are the responsible for resourcing of that program office or a program things. head of the COE and specialist? No, it's not. So C is the most correct answer. It's a responsibility of the head of the program office and the program manager of the relevant program as a minimum to review the resourcing of the program office while it's running. So that is the correct answer. Question number 200. Which is the factor to consider when sizing the permanent office of the P3O model? Number of people working on the single program, estimate the time to taken to deliver each services provided by an office. That is the correct answer. Amount of money being invested in a single program, that is not a lookout of the permanent number of templates already produced, that is the COE things. So I believe B is the most correct answer in the given situation. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Okay, thank you very much. Hope you had enjoyed this session. Again, my humble request, do not get stretched. You are simply requested to listen this video and that also register in your subconscious mind so you can able to correct the examination if you just quickly go through this videos question and answer. Thank you very much. Hello friends, as you know that we are solving foundation level question and that too specifically for chapter 4 in this today's session. So hope you are ready and enjoying it. Let's move to the question number 201. So let's read the question number 201, which says which action is recommended when implementing a P3O model. So as you know that P3O implementation, this is a specific chapter that how to implement the P3O, that we are following a project or program management lifecycle. So there are different phases. So let's understand where our answer is. So let's read the option A. Treat the implementation as a change to process rather than behavior. Option B, deliver the blueprint in a single tranche of delivery. Option C, use the program management to run the implementation irrespective of the size. And option D, use the project and program management process to run the implementation. So accordingly, D would be the most correct answer. Let's see how it would be. Yeah, it is the correct answer. And the rationale is also provided. It is recommended that implementation to be run as a program using a best management practice or at least a project. So ideally, you need to implement as a program management lifecycle. But in worst case scenario where your organization don't have that capability and resources to implement as a program, at least bare minimum you have to follow the project management lifecycle. So D is the most correct answer. Let's read the next question number 202, which says which is not, just pay attention, it's a not red herring kind of question. Create as a part of deliver the process within the permanent P3O implementation of the life cycle. So in a deliver thing, so there are 4 stages: identify, define, deliver the capabilities, realize the benefit, and the closing. So there are the 4 stages I mentioned: identify, define, deliver the capabilities, and realize the benefits, and finally closing. So there are 4 stages: stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this particular question is asked about this third stage. So new capabilities certainly created by this. Transition can be also created by this: deliver capabilities and realize benefit. Post implementation review, that is not something which we have to take care at. It should be taken care at the operation level and stabilize the operation. So I believe C would be the most correct answer. Now you get confused between C and D because operation is related to your business as usual, but try to understand deliver capabilities and realize benefits. So when you realize the benefit, when your operation gets stabilized, in that case only you get benefit realization. So post implementation review, once you complete the fourth stage closing the program management cycle, and then you do the post implementation review. So I believe C would be the most correct answer over here. Yeah, that's correct. Let's move to the next question number 203. Which P3O capability is the most likely to reduce the project delay? Identify and managing the interdependency between programs and project. Yes, that is certainly the most correct answer. And sometimes you get it on the face of it very right, correct answer A. But though you are having a gut feelings, just have a scan of what other options are available. So for sake of going through, let's quickly skimming up the B option, maximize the return on investment. That is not helping to reduce the project delay, coordinate change control process across multiple projects. Again, that is not. So sometimes there is multiple correct answer. You have to opt what will be the most correct answer, and the D ensure there is no duplication of the scope process across programs and projects. So I believe there are multiple correct answer here, but the most correct would be the option A. So let's see. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Let's move to the question number 4, 204. What element of the blueprint should reflect the proposed reporting requirement for the future state of the P3O? Now, blueprint, I had already given you the formula POTI. That is how you recall processes, organization, technology, and information. So here organization is structure of the blueprint. So A would be the most correct answer, but for your understanding, let's read option B, risk to successfully setting up the P3O, benefit management strategy and risk management strategy. So that's certainly not part of your blueprint. So A would be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is. So if you recall the formula POTI, you can quickly jump to the right answer. Let's move to the next question, 205. What is the sequence of the processes of the permanent P3O model implementation life cycle? So that is very clear. As I told you, identify, define, deliver, and realize the benefit, and finally closing. So I believe identify, there are two options where we start with identify. Deliver is not the second sequence, so define would be seconds, third would be deliver capability, realize, and final close. So B is the most correct. Yeah. Okay. I hope you had enjoyed this session. Thank you very much, and keep. Okay, friends, welcome back. Let's directly jump to solve the questions further for chapter number 4. Question number 206 says, which is a section in a blueprint in the P3O? So blueprint, POTI, processes, organization, technology, and information. So information and data requirement, that is the section of the blueprint. So that's how you can directly jump to the answer if you know the equations. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next question, 207. Which activity occur within defined process in the permanent P3O life cycle? So there are 4 processes that define where you have to identify how you're going to run the show. So receive the original idea to enhance the P3O model. Certainly that is not the right thing. We appoint the senior responsible owner, that you do in the implementation phase, not in the defined phase. To implement the enhance the P3O model, review the progress at end of each tranche, that is at benefit things you are not doing in defined. Document how the benefits of the P3O model will be tracked, that is the right thing, that you define how you're going to measure the benefits. So D for Delta would be the correct answer. Yes, that is, it is one of the activity in the defined process to develop model and validate the benefits recorded in the benefit profile. Next question number 208, which is not likely threat to achieve the future state of the blueprint? Not, that is red herring, a kind of negative question. So insufficient support from the senior managers to recruit the required skill. Again, that is not a threat. It is to achieve the blueprint. So that negative, so that is not the correct. More effective use of PPM, yes, that is the things required to achieve the future blueprint. But if you not using, that is not achieving the blueprint. Use the inconsistent PPM staff member when implementing P3O, that certainly not. There is the PPM staff who impact the P3O implementation. So I believe B for beta is the most correct answer, that more effective use of the PPM resources will enhance the future success of the P3O. Where our answer, where question is asking which is not enhancing the blueprint. So B is the most correct answer. Yeah, that is the negative type of question. Question number 209. What does the P3O business case identify? Current PPM maturity, detailed service that offered by the P3O model, value that P3O model adds to the business change portfolio, and the key stakeholder in the P3O implementation. So wherever there is a questions like business case, it's linked to the benefits, it's linked to the value, So here, this is the value related keyword value that P3O model add to the business change portfolio. That's is the correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, that is the correct answer. The business case should answer the question, what value does it add to our investment portfolio? The next question, 2010. Why should recycling be done as a part of implementing temporary project offices? So option A, identify the method that can be used to project office. B, define the state of blueprint for a project office. C, justify the development of permanent P3O, and D, recycle the staff back in the operations. So that is related to the operational, that permanent P3O office. Here it's not a permanent, it's a temporary project level office, so you can discard this answer. Define the future state of the blueprint for a project office. Again, that is not done. I believe A would be the correct answer. Identify methods that can be used for project by other project offices to be used, because in a virtual kind of environment you can share the best practices to be followed and adopted by other project offices. So A would be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is. I hope that serve the purpose. And just stay tuned, just quickly go through the question and answer. Now I hope you get that confidence to solve this question, and if you find it slow, just run this in a 1.25x or 1.5x, so you get quick question and answer. Thank you. Okay friends, let's quickly jump to the more question and answer session for question chapter 4. So question number 221 says, which is a common barrier that needs to be overcome to implement a P3O model successfully? Option A, lack of focus on delivery of full P3O model. Yes, that might be the right answer. Option B, P3O senior management champion. That is certainly not the right answer. Standards align with the external best practices. Again, that is not the right answer, because that is a critical success factor and that should be there to make it flourish. And establish a program management forum, that again not the right answer, because we are discussing what are the barriers, not the success factor. So barrier is lack of full focus on the delivery of the P3O model. That might be the barrier. That the correct answer. Yeah. Question number 212 says, which office trigger post-program review to the assess the benefit? Program, COE, virtual, or portfolio office? So take a pause, write down your thought process in a comment section. For me, post-program review generally happen after we complete the closing. So identify, define, deliver capability, realize benefit, and finally closing. After closing, we do. So this can be done at the portfolio level, not project or program level. So I believe D would be the most correct answer. Portfolio. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Portfolio officer triggered the post-program review to assess the return on investment or a benefit. Question number 213 says, which office within the P3O model provides delivery support to identify process of a program? So temporary project office, organization portfolio office, COE, or temporary program office. Which office within the P3O model provides delivery support to identify the process of a program? So B seems to be the most correct answer, because temporary office cannot provide the support at program level. So here there is a confusion. So if you see that identify the processes of the program, which office within the P3O model provides delivery support to identify processes of a program? Program is a temporary office, so you can temporary office of this, or this is the temporary office. These two are the permanent office. You can discard that. So D would be the most correct answer, but they told you that which office within the P3O model provides delivery support to identify the process of the program. So I believe B, organization portfolio office, identify that things. Yeah, so that is the correct answer. So organization portfolio office of a P3O model provides delivery support function. Okay. Question number 214 says, which is an activity in the definition and implementation of a temporary program office? Create a vision statement of the office. Yes, that certainly we can do in a definition and identity implementation, where we get more clarity. Transfer the realize of the benefit to the operational environment. No, we can't do that in a different. Identify existing process defined by the COE that may be used, and design the future state of the blueprint, which is the activity in the definition and implementation of a temporary program office we do. So create a vision statement of the office, that certainly we can do in the definition, and we can fine tune that vision statement in the implementation. So I believe A would be the most correct answer according to me. Yeah, and that's the correct answer, that create a vision statement for office in activity in definition stage of implementation life cycle of the identify, define, deliver, and close the project. Let's move to the next question, that question number 215. What should be described in the blueprint of the P3O model? First, what is the blueprint? It's a POTI, processes, organization, technology, and information. So here, template for program and project reports, dashboard to replace the business as usual, skills needed to implement the technology required, procedures to escalate risk to deliver the portfolio. So processes, P, this is P, procedures to escalate the risk delivery of the portfolio. So that is a part of your POTI, that is a blueprint. So I believe D would be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is the most correct answer. That blueprint consists of process, organization, technology, and information. That is nothing but your POTI. Okay, and that P stand for procedure. So that would be the correct answer. Okay, friends, let's continue our journey and solve more questions for P3O Foundation Examination, Chapter 4. Question number 216 says, which is not a part of running an office through to delivery with an implementation lifecycle of a project office. This is a very complicated kind of jargons they use to understand this particular question. You read it multiple times. Let's quickly go through the answer question. Options A said, implement the project office function defined within the project initiation document. Okay, option B says establish the temporary project office staffing level. Option C, review the project management process so that they continue to be appropriate. And option D, review the use of project resources so that they continue to be appropriate. So in this question, which is not part of running an office through a delivery. So there are different stages. So identify stage, define stage, deliver, capability, realize benefits, and closing stage. So this is not delivery. Delivery, which stage you do, this stage would be deliver capability and realize benefits. So establish a temporary office staffing level. It's not part of your delivery stage. Okay, that is your identify stage kind of thing. So B is the correct answer. Yes. So establish temporary office staffing level is not part of your running office through a delivery within the implementation lifecycle project office. It may be covered in identify and define stage of implementation lifecycle. That's the correct answer. Question number 217 says, which is a common barrier? Common barrier needs to be overcome when agreeing mandate for a P3O office. Agreeing funding model for a P3O, carrying a P3O assessment, agreeing P3O measures to be prioritized in the portfolio, documenting process via business process implements. So in this particular question, common barrier, just take a pause, write down what would be the correct answer according to you in the comment section. According to me, funding model, agreeing to the funding model would be the correct answer. Yeah, that is a common barrier, that who going to fund, agreeing the funding model for a P3O is a common barrier to overcome when agreeing the mandate for the P3O. Let's move to the next question. Question number 218 says, which should be checked when a temporary project office is closing down? Okay, realize the benefits delivered by the P3O model, continue alignment of P3O function and business requirement, deliver P3O capability, define the blueprint is completed, transfer the benefit management process to an operational area. So in this particular question, which would temporary office time, what we needs to be considered when we are closing the temporary office? D would be the correct answer. Transfer the benefits management process to operational team to be take care, because it's a temporary office. So that's the correct answer. Move to the next question, question number 219, which is describe how P3M3 assessment are used when implementing the P3O model. A, define the skills needs to be implemented the team, assess the project and program complexity, develop French-based plan that suits the maturity level, and document new processes to be followed. So I believe C is the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. Question number 220 says, which defines what kind of services provided by the P3O office, integration with the governance arrangement and other corporate support. That is the most correct answer because it's related to integration. Decision making from the program or project manager, it's not the P3O office stuff. Decision model to entire organization, that is not a replacement. So A would be the most, yeah, it is the correct answer. Okay, let's move on to our next question, specifically for a P3O Foundation, Chapter 4. Question number 221 says, what kind of outline vision statement should not describe in the P3O? What organization new business model will be? How success of the P3O model will be measured? How a P3O will contribute to achieving organization objective? Plan how the P3O model will be delivered. So this is very detailed one where the vision statement is in a futuristic and very short and brief so everyone can be understand. So I believe D would be the most correct answer in this case, which is not. Yeah. So outline vision statement should be written in a future state, easy to understand and wide variety of stakeholder, describe compelling state, future state of current reality, and part of justification, provides sufficient context and direction, enable the development of the blueprint. Question number 222 says, which information should P3O business case typically contain? Definition of the future state, resource requirement to deliver the portfolio of change initiative, risk involved in implementing of the P3O model, risk involved in delivering the portfolio change initiative. So here businesses typically have a benefit, investment requirement, and the risk stuff, and what are the options available. So I believe this should not be part of the business case. This should also not be part of risk involved. Both are correct, but delivering the portfolio change initiative, it's a detail of that particular portfolio, where a P3O model related stuff you can write in the P3O business case. So I believe C would be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is. Question number 223 says, which element of the P3O model provides centralized services for the organization operate? Portfolio office, not a centralized services. Organization portfolio office, certainly. Hub portfolio office is related to that particular hub or that particular business vertical or for that geographical location. So it's not centralized. Program office, certainly not. It's related to that particular program. So I believe B would be the most correct answer. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Question number 224 says, which are the objectives of implementation life cycle of a permanent office? So identify, define, relocate, protect, closing the, that's the flow. That is a program life cycle that we follow. So A is the most correct answer. You just need to remember in that sequence only. Question number 225, which is not section of the blueprint. So blueprint has a 4 section that define processes, organization, technology, and information. So information is there, practice is not section of the blueprint, technology and operation. So processes, organization, technology, and information. So here processes instead of procedures, they require mention the practice. So that's not the correct answer. So you can choose B would be the most correct answer in this section. Yeah, that's there are 4 sections: process, organization, technology, and information. You can recall for the blueprint. Okay, thank you so much for attending. Let's quickly jump to the next question and answer for foundation. Question number 226 says, which is the key activity of the identify process in the permanent P3O office? Assessing the current state of the P3O provision. Option B, deliver the new capability. Option C, planning strengths in the delivery. Analyze the stakeholder and planning the communication. So Identify is the first stage, so I believe A would be the most correct, because delivery, that is the third stage we are doing. Delivery capability, realize benefits, that's again part of your delivery capability. Analyze stakeholder planning, that is your defined stage. So I believe A would be the correct answer in identify stage. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Question number 220 says, which is insufficient support to utilize recruit required skill in relation to the implementing of the P3O? Common barrier, yeah, it may be possible. To agreeing mandate, that's not the correct. Underlying success factor, certainly not. Principle for extracting value for program and project investment, not the correct answer. Source for threat to achieve the blueprint, that is the correct answer, because you are not providing the required skills, so that may be the threat. You are not able to achieve your blueprint, so that's the correct answer. Question number 228 says, which is an activity of deliver process within a permanent P3O lifecycle? Conduct a formal post-implementation review. Okay. Design the implementation plan to deliver every critical improvement. Okay. Monitor the rate of change in the PPM community and define future state of the P3O. So I believe C, closely monitor the what process is going on and P3O maturity. That is the correct answer we do in a deliver these things. Question number 229 says, which activity first occurs during the define process in the permanent P3O model lifecycle? Option A, understand how stakeholder currently review P3O functions, provide an outline vision of the required change P3O functions provide, deliver enhanced P3O capability, determine in future detailed process P3O will operate. So I believe D would be the most correct answer, where we are detailed out how the future things can be operate in the defined stage. So that is the correct answer. That activity occurs in defined process like team establishment, improvement team, stakeholder identify, analyze stakeholder, vision statement will be further redefined, blueprint development done, benefits develop, model and validate in the benefit, business case will be further detailed out with including risk, and plan to identify stages and trenches, what we do in a defined stage. So that will give you a more clarity. You can pause here and reread this justification. Question number 230 says, what should document in a blueprint process section? So there are four sections: processes, organization, technology, and information. They ask what should be document in a process section of the P3O model. So need for business case for mission critical program to be reported to the portfolio board. That may be the process, so you can document that. Option B, benefit profiles, individual benefits to be delivered by the P3O. That is not the process. Transition plan from implement of business change into a business usual. That certainly the process, that again you can draft. That might be correct. Actual highlight report issued by individual project. That is not a process. So I believe there are two processes. Need of business case for a mission critical program to be reported to portfolio board. Again, if you read both option A and option C carefully, here it is not the process. There is a need or justification they had provided, where here they had clearly indicate transition plan for implementation of business change to business as well. That is process. So I believe C is the most correct answer over here, but no, it's not. It's A is the correct answer. Need for a business case for mission critical program to be reported to the portfolio board. Okay, let's read the justification. P3O blueprint extend which reports are created at the portfolio level, program level, or project level by transition management and the typical information flow between the P3O model and the senior management and the wider organization. So in that sense, they mention the need for a business case mission critical program to be reported at the portfolio level, the information flow that they had mentioned. So yes, that is the process segment. And transition plan from implementation of changes to a business usual, that again you can document, but it is not that mission critical. So I believe A would be the most correct answer. Thank you very much. Hello friends, welcome back to our question and answer session specifically for foundation examination. Let's move to the next question, question number 231, which says, to assess the document current statement of PPM maturity, what exercise needs to be performed? So portfolio, program, and project management maturity. So there are three levels of maturity: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 5. And there are generally P3 and 3 assessment at project, program, and portfolio level with seven different practices we do in benefit, control, and likes. So if you read it carefully, your option A, capacity planning and resource management, it's not required for your PM maturity. Complexity modeling is also not required. Complexity modeling is a technique by which we can uh, understand that based on the project complexity, what kind of project governance needs to be in place. And your P3O vision is again not a PM. That is based on your vision or maturity, we can decide that which techniques to be in place. But P3M3 assessment, that is a technique that we are using to understand what is the level of maturity of your organization. So I believe D would be the correct answer. Yes, it is. Let's move to the next question, 232. Which is likely a source of threat to achieve the blueprint? So, which is negative, which restrict you to achieve your blueprint. So let's understand what are the options available. Option A says stakeholders are identified and analyzed. That is a good thing, positive thing. It's not a threat. It's an opportunity. Program approach is used to implement the P3O. That's again a good thing because you have a two approach, project or program. So program approach, if required, that is recommended. So it's again not a threat. Program team fails to use the common language. Yeah, that is the question mark. If you are not using the common language, that certainly create a threat because there are misinterpretation of the things, and that may uh, ended to derail your project. So I believe C would be the correct answer, but still let's go to the other option. External consultant advise the program teams. That is fair practice. So I believe C is the most correct answer. That is a threat for your to achieve the organization blueprint. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Next question number 233, which is delivered by the blueprint information flow. So blueprint like POTI, processes, organization, technology, and information. And in the information flow, generally, who reports to who, what level of exceptions we are managing, that we need to define. So your option A, principle of management by exception, that may be possible. P3O implementation plan, management of risk, realization of benefits. So I believe A would be the most correct answer here because its hierarchy is mentioned that if it's not able to address properly whom, I need to reach out to the next level of escalation. So management by exception, that is the information flow. So that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next question, 234, which is a characteristic of vision statement. So vision statement is always written in a futuristic thing. So describe the current state. It's not a vision statement. It is as is statement, not a vision statement. So it's always futures. Define how deliver the P3O model. That is the processes, not in vision statement is very brief, short thing. Document detailed processes, that again not the requirement. Links the P3O model to achieve the business goal. Yes, that is you're connecting things to achieve your business goal. So that is the correct answer. Yes, that is. Question number 235. Which information should be a business case P3O provide? Justification and rational, that is related to your business case. There is a benefit, value, all are interrelated stuff. So roles to start working in the P3O, that is not a business case. Process to implement, that again not a reason why any form of the P3O is needed, that is the correct answer. And appoint head of the P3O, that's again not a business case. So I believe C would be the most correct answer here. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Reason why a form of P3O needed. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the session. What you wanted to hear most about. This is sometimes look very uh, tiring, but trust me, if you just quickly go through it, it will help you to answer and prepare for the examination. Thank you. Okay, friends, let's move to the next question and answer session for foundation for chapter 4. Your question number 236 says, which is typical constraint which impact on how a P3O is implemented? Option A, pace of change must take into account of current P3O. That is the right answer, but still you can evaluate what other options are available. Quality standardized program data is needed. P3O assurance service must be independent, and P3O governance must align with existing corporate governance. So that is not a constraint. All these are a support function, not a constraint. So A would be the most correct answer. That is a constraint to implement the P3O. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Question number 237 says the implementation life cycle of a permanent P3O covers what? Implementation. So that is the keyword. Implementation is how you deliver the capabilities and realize the benefits. So still you know the right answer, but read the available option. A, close down the program, run office through a delivery, return staff members operational role, deliver capabilities and realize benefit. That is the implementation stuff. So D would be the correct answer. Yes, and the rationale is also mentioned over here. I'm not reading it. You can pause and read if you require for it. Okay, read question number 238. Which activity occurs as a part of identify process? So define the vision statement. It's we do in a defined thing, not an identifying. Documents at outline business case, that is in identify stage. We can do plant trenches in of delivery, that is in deliver capabilities and realize benefit, and define stage we do deliver the new capabilities in the delivery stage we are doing. So I believe B is the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. Question number 239 says, what happened when the P3O implementation program is closed? So it's convert to a BAU, business as usual, or operational stage. We are converted. Okay, so let's understand here. Vision statement is defined and reflect delivery. Blueprint is produced to document process. P3O capability become business as well. That is a correct answer. Risk to implement are captured. So C would be the most correct. And the justification is also mentioned over here. Let's move to the next question. Question number 240 says, which is a characteristic of vision statement for a P3O model? Links the P3O model to achieve the business goal. That is the correct answer. Describe the current state. No, it's describe the future state always. Define how it is not in that detail, and document detailed processes. It's not detailed, it's a very high level. So I believe A would be the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. And the rationale is also provided. You can pause and read if you want. Thank you very much for joining. Keep on listening the question and answer. Then also you get much more clarity to face the examination and get it through in a one go. Thank you. Okay, friends, let's begin our question and answer sessions or foundation for chapter 4. Question number 241 says, what should be documented in a blueprint? So blueprint is a POTI, processes, organization, technology, and information. Option A says transit plan for implementation of blueprint change into a business as usual. That is not part of your blueprint. That is you do in implementation or O&M stage. Benefit profiles of individual benefits to be delivered by the P3O. That's again not a case of your blueprint. Need for a business cases for mission critical program to be reported to a portfolio board. So this is a process related stuff. P, that which information reports to whom. So that should really require to document in your blueprint. Actual highlight report issued by the individual project, that is not a P3O blueprint. That is very normal status monitoring thing. So it's not required a blueprint. So I believe C would be the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. Let's move to the next question. 242 says, which is a key activity to identify processes in the permanent P3O life cycle? So there are 4 stages: identify, define, deliver capabilities and realize benefits, and closing. So out of that first stage, identify stage, which processes in the permanent life cycle? So delivering new capabilities, it's a third stage. Planning trenches of delivery, That's again a third stage. Analyze stakeholder and planning a communication. Okay, that can be done in a defined stage. Assessing the current state of the P3O provision said that you can do in identify stage. So D would be the most correct answer here. Yeah, it is. Let's move to the next question, 243. What is insufficient support to utilize or recruit requires skilled in relation to implement a P3O model? Option A, sources of threat to achieve the blueprint. Okay. Underlying success factors. Option C says common barrier to agreeing on a mandate. Principle for extracting value from program and project investment. So I believe common barrier to agree on a mandate. What is insufficient support? That is the insufficient support. And source to threat to achieve a blueprint. That is okay. Let me reread the question. What is insufficient support to utilize or recruit the required skill in relation to implement a P3O? Sources of threat to achieve a blueprint. Okay, that may be possible. So that may sometime happen that you may read the question and the justification. Insufficient source to utilize the recruit required skill in relation to implementation of P3O. It is source of threat to achieve the blueprint. Okay. Question number 244. Which should outcome of vision statement not describe? How success of the P3O will be measured? Again, it's not a vision statement. How a P3O contribute to achieving organization objective? That can be possible. What organization new business model will be? So I believe C would be the most correct. Plan to that is not the cup of tea. Plan how the P3O will be delivered. Okay. So that asks not kind of question. So all this should be a plan of your vision statement. How success will be measured, how P3O contribute to organization or what organization new business. Plan to how P3O will be delivered. That is operational related stuff. But I misread because I am in a mental frame to understand which would be the vision statement. So sometimes you have to read very carefully. This is a red hearing not kind of things, so that you have to take in mind when you answering the question. Okay, question number 245 says which information should be through a business case typically contain? So wherever there is a business case, there is a value, there is a benefits, all are similar words that you have to identify, and I for this kind of keywords. So definition of the future state of the P3O, that is not a business case. Risk involved in implementing the P3O model, risk involved in delivering the portfolio business change initiative, resource required to deliver the portfolio of change initiative, risk involved in delivering the portfolio change initiative, and risk involved in implementing the P3O model. So I believe B would be the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. So that is risk involved when you deliver the benefits or realize the value for that. So B is the most correct answer. Thank you. Thank you very much for attending it. Okay, friends, let's be ready to solve more questions for foundation level chapter 4 P3O. Question 246 says which should be defined in order to align P3O governance services with wider organization. Governance is how you control, manage, and manage by exception, manage by stages that we need to understand. So where embedded resources should be report, why information security management is needed, which role carries out secretariat function, which role is authorized to make the decision. So that is related to the governance, where you set the accountability roles and responsibility for make the right decision taken by the right people. So D would be the correct answer. Yes, it is. Question 247 says which is delivered by the business blueprints information flow. Okay, principal management by exception, that is the correct answer because it's shared the hierarchy, who reports to whom, which information needs to be escalated to what level. So that would be the correct answer. But still, it is a good practice to read all the available options, like option B, management by risk, P3O implementation flow, realized benefits. So you can have a scan all the four options. though the first one would be the right answer, you cannot jump directly to conclude your answer or decision. Let's read what available option, and out of available four option, A would be the most correct answer here. Let's see. Yeah, it's the correct answer. Question number 248 says, how should the head of the P3O overcome the barrier of the lack of focus of the full P3O model? So build a vision and business case that can be possible, develop minimalistic process with tailoring guidance, address the culture change through targeted communication, gain acceptance of component office delivered in trenches. So that would be the best thing. If your management don't have acceptance for the P3O, you can deliver in a small trenches. So gain a confidence from the management and then deliver the offices. So I believe D would be the most correct answer over here. Yeah, that is. So available E to C all are correct, but out of that D would be the most correct because you are facing the situation where you are facing a barrier and lack of focus of the P3O model that you can overcome by using this technique where you gain the confidence and deliver the solution. Okay. Let's move to the next question. Question number 249. Which activity should take place when recycling the capability within the temporary program office? When we do recycling, you get create an asset that can be repository, that can be sent to COE, that can be used in further projects and programs. So feedback to a COE and any method used a part of program delivery that can be possible. Review the process to ensure the continuous support of a program. Transfer resources back to operational area. Return office accommodate back to business usual. Out of all this, I believe A would be the most correct, where feedback of the COE, any methods you can give a feedback as a part of your program delivery. It's not restricted that you should give me a feedback through email only. You should give me a feedback through call, or you can give me a feedback through a kind of a face-to-face meeting. Anyways, you feel comfortable that is accepted in a program delivery to a COE. It's a responsibility of COE to collect the feedback and try to make sure that this feedback can be incorporated in your capabilities later on. So that is the correct answer. Let's move to the next question. 250 says, which is an activity in an implementation life cycle of the permanent P3O model? So there are four activity: identify, define, deliver capabilities, realize benefit, and closing. Out of that, in an implementation, I believe this activity: define, deliver capabilities, and realize benefits. So run office through a delivery, close down a program, deliver capability, realize benefit, return staff. So I believe C is the most correct answer over here. Yeah, it's the correct answer. I hope you had enjoyed the session. Please reach out to us, whatever your concern, queries, and what the concept you are not getting clarity. You can reach out to us via comment section. You can give your feedback, and we will surely come back to you with more case studies and the question and answer that is require you to help the pass the examination. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, good morning. As you know that we are recording this session for P3O test foundation, and that too specifically chapter number 5, how to operate the P3O. So let's go to the question number 1 that says, which is the most likely to be used as an individual tool? Now you know there are three types of the tool. First would be the individual tool, then collaborative or integrated kind of tool. So spreadsheet software is might be an integration individual tool, but still we discuss what other options are available. Enterprise, it's a integrated knowledge management system. It's again how complicated you can make it, and strategic management software, that is integrated tool. So relationship between individual tool is one to one, collaborative tool is one to many, and integrated is many to many, like this kind of mesh. So I believe A would be the correct answer here. Let's see. Yeah, it's the correct answer. Desktop applications such as spreadsheet can be used in individual manner with one user per business change initiative. That's right. Let's move to the next question. Question 252 says, to identify threats and opportunities, that is related to risk. So positive uh, risk we call it opportunity, and negative we call it threat. What type of facilitation workshop is required? So that's very straightforward: risk identification, risk assessment. Still, Let's evaluate what other option: business solution, problem solution, lessons sharing. No, so A would be the most correct answer here. Yeah, it is. Next, question number 253. What tools links project to benefit outcome and strategy? So it is output linked to your capabilities, linked to your outcome, links to your benefit, links to your strategic objective. So that is generally done in strategic mapping software. But let's evaluate the option available. Knowledge management, that is required for knowledge sharing, requirement management. Again, it's not serving the person. Enterprise architecture system, that how you, from your 2B to next stage, you're from as is to be stage can be managed. So I believe D would be the most correct answer. That strategy mapping software. Yeah, it is the correct one. Let's move to the question number 254. P3O tools enable improved collaborative between program team members working in a different location. Which key strategic benefits does this capability contribute towards? Option A, compliance to a business process. No, not necessary. Option B, manage across geography. Yeah, that is very well possible. Option C, decision making. That may be possible. And option D, quality of decision support information. So I believe in the given context, B would be the most suitable answer because it's different geographical location. Manage across the geography. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Improved management across geography is delivered through connectivity across the improved collaboration between project program and the team members. And question number 255 says, what tools links information in hierarchical manner for multiple business change initiative? So as I mentioned earlier, there is three type of the tool: individual tool, collaborative tool, and integrated tool. There is no tool like assurance. So individual relations is one-to-one, individual relation one-to-one. Integrated, there is multiple relation, many-to-many, and collaborative, there is one-to-many. So I believe they ask hierarchical where many-to-many relationships are there. So your integrated one is the correct answer. Yeah, that is correct. Thank you. Hi friends, let's move to the questions of a foundation examination specifically to chapter 5. Question number 256 says, which is the critical success factor for when introducing tools to a P3O? So let's explore the options available. Option A says, focus on tool features rather than value from using it. Option B, identify all tools features can be used. Option C, ensure there is an accurate accountability for the tools. And option D, ensure the sophistication of the tools drives the organization capabilities. So out of given option, I believe option C would be the most correct option, as we should not carry it away with the features it's offering if it's not get utilized. Also, we should not in a position to get utilized all the features. It's kind of crazy things to do. We are more focused that there should be a single accountability of the tool and ensure that sophistication is not that fancy things to be happen. So I believe C would be the most correct answer. Yeah, it is. Let's move to the next question. Question number 257 says, what techniques uses communities of practice to share the learning? Knowledge management, yes. Community of practice is a forum or a group who share the best practices, but still don't go with overconfidence. Let's explore what available options are. Option B says assurance, gated review, and health checks, not required. Project complexity modeling and management dashboard. Management dashboard providing you an amalgamated view. Project complexity modeling is the technique used to define your governance based on the complexity and risk involved, and health assurance gate review are the quality assurance techniques. So I believe A would be the most correct answer. Yeah. Let's move to the next question. Question number 258 says, how does P3O model support to an organization's successful delivery of its strategic roadmap? make decisions on the right priorities of the organization, maintain an overview of all business change across projects and programs, provide advice guidance on the day-to-day running of a business, and maintaining a risk register of the organization projects. So just take a pause, just guess what would be the correct answer according to you. Write down in the comment section. Okay, now let me unfold or reveal the right answer. So I believe in the given context, B, maintaining an overview of all business change program projects, that providing you a big picture so that you can able to make a right strategical decision. That could be the correct answer. Remaining are seems to be correct, but not that correct answer related to the strategy and roadmap. Specifically, they are asking to focus. So I believe B would be the most correct answer here. Yeah, it is. Question number 259 says, what is the objective of a business process streamlinedness technique? So business process streamlinedness is a technique that provide you a kind of watertight boundary. The way in a swimming pool, a swim lane create, it's not divide the water, but still it's provide an accountability where the swimmer can swim. Similarly, your processes should be so documented. It's not creating silos in the organization, but still you get a proper accountability, that one process who is responsible, accountable. So documented standards, repeatable business processes, that is the correct understanding. But still, let's explore other options like defined process to be followed by one project. No, it is not for one project, it is for multiple projects. Ensure the right skills are available to drive business processes. Okay, it is not job of business process streamline technique, it is your P3O or a project manager's job. And analyze the benefits implementing the P3O against the related cost. That again not the technique P3O process streamline. So A would be the most correct answer. Yeah, that is. And take a pause, just read the green note, that will provide you more relevant justification. I'm just not going to read that because it's not that relevant, but if you want to give it more depth understanding, then you can read that as well. Let's move to the question number 260, which says, which is provide P3M3 assessment when getting investment for the P3O. Replacement of the P3O value matrix, document future state blueprint, understanding of underlying PPM issues, identifying, analyze the stakeholder. So P3MC assessment, like level 1 to level 5, there is level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 level of maturity. So level 1 would be the the processes are not well defined, ad hoc. 2, there are some silos of independent ad hoc processes are defined, repeated things. 3 is defined, 4 is managed, and 5th is optimized. So doing the P3M3 assessment, you are getting an understanding what are the core issues of the PPM. So I believe C would be the most correct answer here. Yeah, it is. And the P3M will provide a way of understanding of PPM issues and document current PPM state. You can also use another tool, P3O value matrix, to understand the core issues or problems we are facing. These tools can be utilized, P3O value matrix or P3M3 assessment. So I believe we can end here. Thank you very much. Let's solve some more questions. Question number 261. Okay. How should internal resources be treated when appointed as a project officer? Okay, let's read the available option. Option A says, have a temporary rise in the status which should be removed when they return to the office. That is negative, but let's consider that one as well. Option B says, will work permanently in the project office. Okay, option C says, acquire no additional skills before they are returned to the operation. And D says, have a career path developed as a part of working in a P3O. So according to you, what would be the correct answer? So here they are working in a project office. Project office is a temporary office, right? Yeah. And internal resources working in the temporary office, how we treat them? as I told you that the one who is working at the head of P3O, that's not an issue, but the one who is working at the local remote office, you should give them a career path to keep them motivated. So I believe D would be the most correct answer, that have a career path developed as a part of working with the P3O, right? So that they feel motivated to work in the P3O office. Let's see. Yeah, that's the correct answer. And the reason, more career consideration needs to be given to a career development for individuals seconded to a project rather than buying experienced people. So instead of hiring new from the market, you should give priority to the one who had already worked in your team. Let's move to the next question. What technique ensure that program is objectively assessed to the life cycle and governance applied fit for purpose? Option A, gated review. B, complexity modeling. C, facilitation workshop. And D, knowledge management. Now they clearly ask governance. Okay, which technique ensure that program is objectively assessed so that life cycle and the governance applied fit for purpose? So as I already given you an example, like project 1 and project 2. Project 1 would be like development of classroom, and project 2 would be development or launching of a satellite. So yeah, so project to give a different governance mechanism. There should be a different project manager, different level of a project breakdown happen. So I believe B would be the most correct answer, the complexity modeling technique we are using, so that appropriate governance based on the complexity and the risk involved with the project we can fit. Let's see the answer. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Okay. The purpose of the complexity modeling technique to determine the appropriate life cycle and the governance for the program based on its complexity. Let's move to the next question, 263. It says, what techniques provide the exception based on the two top tier reports with links of program information? Management dashboard, business process streamline, communities of practices, and complexity modeling. Now provide exception based top tier report, so that straight away it would be a management dashboard, right? So that hierarchical manner reporting you get, that's the correct answer. A management dashboard is a generally provide a top tier report, exception based, links to a program information. Okay. Move to the next question, 264. Which tools provide integrated report for multiple users and stakeholders from a single data? So here different options are available. Benefit realization is not a tool. Okay, it's a technique. Enterprise PPM software is a tool. You can consider complexity modeling is not a tool, is a technique. So this is a technique. Facilitation workshop is a technique. Benefit realization is a technique. So B is the only tool here. So B is the correct answer. B. Yeah. So enterprise PPM captures such information like plan, resource, risk, issue, and documentation. Let's move to the next question, number 265. What is objective of management dashboard technique? Force rank program and project within the portfolio. That is not the management dashboard technique. It's a prioritization technique. Okay, prioritization and optimization technique. So you can discard this. B, communicate components of delivery framework to the PPM community. That is knowledge management technique. You can discard that. Develop standard business process and agreed business accountability. No, that is not a technique. That is a streamlinedness project landness technique. D says provide the key decision support information across the portfolio. So that is the right thing. Yeah, D for Delta. So that is management dashboard provides key decision support information across portfolio using highlight and acceleration based reporting. Provide roll up view for more detailed information. Okay, so this is the 5 question. Okay, let's jump to the more question. Question number 266 says, which benefit of implementing standard tools and technique is the most likely to reduce the number of staff required to operate the P3O services? Option A, enhance the quality of decision support information. Option B, enhance the management across geography. Option C, improve the timeline of decision support information and automation of the business processes. Which benefits of implementing standard tools and technique is most likely to reduce the number of staff? So it's very simple. How you reduce the number of staff? The more tasks you do through tools and techniques. Automation, like earlier you do through manual data entry, but if you do the same thing with your laptops, it will reduce the task. So I believe D would be the most correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, it's automation of the business process technique is the most likely to reduce the number of staff reduced in the P3O. Move to the next question. Question number 267 says, what is the key benefits using gated review on the program? First option A, assured quality of decision support information. Yes, that is the correct, because gated review is a technique by which each gate you check whether the project still relevant or not. Okay. Then second, improve the ability to amalgamated information, not that accurate. Improve the management across geography, again that is not relevant. And automated the business processes, again that is not equivalent. So I believe A would be the most correct answer. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it is. And assured quality of decision support information is one of the key benefit using the gated review program technique. Move to the next question. 268 says, which is the P3O capability is most likely to lead to unviable projects being stopped at the initial investment gate of the organization? So you are not even start the project which is not viable. So let's explore the option A, track the progress program against the key outcomes. No, that is how you run the show, but not stop at the beginning. Selection of the right program project via established structure. Yes, that is most correct one, but still explore what other options are available. Option C says identification of potential duplication of the scope, double counting of the benefits. Again, that is related to the benefits tracking, but not the solving the question. And question option D, coordinated change control across multiple projects and business operation. That's not the relevant. So B would be the most correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Tracking program progress of program against key outcome lead to unviable projects being stopped at the individual investment gate. Okay. Question number 269 says, which is a technique used to determine appropriate level of governance of the project? So appropriate governance, straightforward complexity modeling, because it is the technique by which we can tailor made based on the project risk and the complexity involved what level of governance required. So B is the most correct answer. Let's see. Yeah, it is. And 270, where may standard techniques for P3O exist an organization? Reported in a management dashboard as a part of P3O implementation plan, within the corporate standards and policy, and within the business case. So they ask where you store the repository, that this particular standard techniques we are following. So I believe C, within the corporate standard policies, you put this repository that this particular standard techniques we are following. So C would be the most correct answer. Yeah, C would be the most correct. Okay, so let's move to more questions. Okay, let's solve some more questions. So 271 says, which is not a way that tool may be used by the organization. So here option community is not a standard vocabulary. We are having a tool like individual, integrated, and collaborative. Individual, one-to-one, integrated, one-to-many, and collaborative, many-to-many. So I believe A is the correct answer. They ask negative, which is not. So I believe A is the correct answer. Yes, it is. There are basically three types of tools that had already. Question number 272 says, why senior managers needs to agree on which PPM problems they are rate as a critical for organization. Option A defines portfolio prioritization and optimization techniques. Option B determine where P3O should report in organization. Option D define life cycle for implementing permanent P3O, and option D allow P3O sponsor to gain consensus on common vision. So I believe D would be the most correct answer, that first you have to make sure that your senior management should agree on what problems they are going to solve. So D is the correct answer. Yeah, that senior management need to agree on PPM problems they are rated as a critical, which allow P3O sponsor to gain consensus on the common P3O vision. Based on that vision, we are trying to implement, identify, define, deliver capability, real closing stage. Question number 273 says, why benefits in provided by a capacity planning for a resource management techniques within the organization? What benefit is provided by capacity planning techniques for resource management techniques with the organization? Provide relative priority against the which allocate resources to the project? No, it is prioritization techniques, not a capacity planning. Allow individual resources to identify what development they require, that is skill development, not a capacity planning. Removes barriers to project delivery caused by lack of resource capacity. Yes, that is how, what is the demand versus supply, how many demands and what is the supply. There are 5 project managers required and you have a supply of 3 project managers, then you have to hire 2 from the market. So that is C. And connect individual, allow information flow between resources, that is not the correct answer. So C is the correct answer. Provide capacity and capability building service resource management. Question number 274 says, the skills development and maintenance technique used for what? Option A, improve collaboration between resource working in a different location. Option B, allow proper skilled resources to a PPM roles. Option C, allow PPM information by all level of organization. And option D, allow ineffective management of workshop. So skill development and maintenance technique used so that allocate proper skilled resources to the PPM. So B is the most correct answer here. Yeah, it is. Allocation of appropriate skilled resources to PPM roles is one of the benefit of skill development and maintenance technique. Now question number 275 says, which is not an example of integrated tools used by the P3O model. So there are 3 types of the tool, as I mentioned: individual, one-to-one relationship, then collaborative, where one-to-many relationship, and integrated, where many-to-many relationship. And here they ask for integrated, which is not an integrated tool. So links the information across business chain in hierarchical manner, that is integrated. Allocate multiple people to access multiple set of information, that again many to many, integrated. Support a single business chain initiative within a multiple use, that is the collaborative, not an integrated. So this is not the right thing. Use a single installation for tools across the organization, that's again an integrated. So I believe C would be the most correct answer here. Yeah, C would be the most correct, that supports a single business change initiative with multiple users. It's collaborative tool type, not integrated tool. It's a collaborative tool. So hope you had understood the questions and how we are identify the pattern. Some of the questions are very direct question, but some of the question where you need to aware of red herring like not and other things. So you might be knowing the answer, but you have to still cautiously look the question. Okay.